Helo, bore da a chroeso cynnes i chi gyd i gyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Mis Mai hwn, dyn ni'n falch iawn o fod yma yn neuadd Rachel, Prifysgol Bangor, dinas Bangor yn wir yma yng Ngwynedd. Yn gyntaf, dwi'n gobeithio bod yr offer cyfieithu i gyd yn gweithio'n yn iawn, pawb yn hapus, neb efo unrhyw broblem gyda'r offer cyfieithu, gobeithio. Os oes, os newch chi arwyddo, nawn ni sicrhau bod chi'n cael offer gwahanol. Ac i'ch atgoffa chi, byddwn ni yn symud o un iaith i'r llall yn ystod y cyfarfod. Mae croeso i unrhyw un ddefnyddio pa iaith bynnag maen nhw am wneud heddiw, ond mae'n golygu bydd yr offer cyfieithu yn mynd yn ôl ac ymlaen gryn dipyn, a dwi'n falch iawn bod Lowri yma i ddarparu gwasanaeth cyfieithu a gwasanaeth ar-lein yn ogystal. Mae gennym ni raglen lawn, mae gennym ni agenda wedi cyhoeddi eisoes wrth gwrs. Dyn ni falch iawn o groesawu rhai pobl sydd ddim wedi bod mewn cyfarfod o'r blaen. Yn arbennig Leslie fel un o'n aelodau annibynnol newydd, ac wrth gwrs ein prifweithredwr interim Carol sydd yn eistedd nesaf atai. Croeso cynnes iawn i chi eich dwy i'ch cyfarfod cyntaf. I nodi un y ddau o bethau eraill, fel oeddwn ni'n crybwyll, mae yna agenda lawn gyda ni heddiw a phapurau yn hwysfawr iawn. Dau beth i nodi. Un, mae nifer o'r papurau yma wedi bod ger bron rhai o'r pwyllgorau sydd gen ni, 3 pwyllgor, ac mae'n bwysig bod cadeiryddio'n y pwyllgorau hynna yn cael cyfle i roi adborth o trafodaethau oedd yn y pwyllgorau, ac yn ail i bwysleisio'r sawl sy'n cyflwyno fydd pawb wedi darllen y papurau wedyn. Dwi'n ymwyddus iawn i chi danlinellu y materion yna sydd angen sylw. Mae'n gyfle i hoelio'r sylw ar y brif materion yn y papurau yna mwyn i ni holi a stilio, fel wedodd rhywun un tro. Reit, gyda hynny, symudwn ni ymlaen i'r agenda gydag ymddiheuriadau. Phil, I think you may have some apologies that have been noted for today's meeting, please.
Diolch, Chair. So the apologies we have received today are from Jason Brannan, Jill Harris and Karen Barmer.
Diolch yn iawn, Phil. Ar hynny, dwi'n meddwl falle bod o'n syniad i ni fynd rownd i gyflwyno'n hunain hefyd, rhag ofn bod unrhyw un sydd yn arsylwi ar-lein ddim yn sicr pwy ydyn ni, falle bod o hynny'n ddefnyddiol hefyd. Felly, gychwynna i David Edwards, cadeirydd dros dro.
Diolch. Bore da, Bill Meakin dwi, us Gwynedd efo bai dro. Dwi.
Bore da, Steve Webster, Director of Finance.
Bore da, Dylan Roberts dwi, swyddog digidol a gwybodaeth.
Gareth Williams, Independent Member.
Bore da, Theresa Owen, cyfarwyddwr gweithredol iechyd cyhoeddus.
Rhian Watkin Jones, aelod annibynnol dros dro.
Bore da, Vaughan Roberts, aelod cyswllt.
Jay Mallory, aelod cyswllt o bwrdd ydw i.
Bore da, Henry Jones, seffarwyddwr partneriaid ymgysylltu ac efarebu.
Bore da, Henry Nick Graham, gywydda cysaf, ac gweithla, yn falch yn oed. Diolch. Dwi dysgu siarad o rai.
Ardderchog.
Bore da, Leslie Singleton, Independent Member.
Bore da pawb, Gareth Evans dwi, cyfarwyddwr gweithredol dros dro gyda PI a gwyddorau iechyd.
Bore da pawb, Chris Stockport dwi, gyfarwyddwr gweithredol trawsnewydd a cynllunio strategol.
Bore da, good morning, Mike Larvin, Independent Member.
Bore da, Angela Wood dwi, cyfawyd o gwydrifrol, nyrsio a baidraig iaith.
Bore da pawb, Nick Lyons dwi, dy prif weddro drostro, EFA Wither, Medical Gweithredol.
Bore da pawb, Carol Shilby ydw i, Interim Chief Executive.
Diolch yn iawn i bawb, ac mae hynny hefyd yn rhoi cyfle i mi groesawu Mike i'w gyfarfod cyntaf fel cynrychiolydd Prifysgol Bangor yn ogystal. Felly croeso cynnes iawn i Mike. Does na ddim rhagor o ymddiheiriadau dwi ddim yn meddwl. Mi driai cael y dechnoleg i weithio yn iawn sydd bob amser yn her mewn man newydd wrth gwrs. Felly wedi'r ymddiheiriadau yna, datgan buddiant ar unrhyw eitem sydd ar agenda heddiw. Mae gennym ni gofrestr buddiannau a mae pob aelod o'r bwrdd eisoes wedi cofrestru unrhyw fuddiant, ond oes na unrhyw beth penodol ar agenda heddiw, os gwelwch yn dda, unrhyw un. Os nad oes, felly symudwn ni ymlaen i gofnodion y cyfarfod blaenorol, sydd yn cynnwys y cyfnodion llawn ac hefyd yn cynnwys cofnod o'r cwestiynau a'r atebion a gafwyd yn y cyfarfod blaenorol. Unrhyw un eisiau nodi unrhyw beth o ran cywirdeb o'r cofnodion. Bill?
Diolch. So on the front page of the minutes, we have Mandy Jones down twice, so we just need to take one out. Okay. And if that's okay, Richard, if you could record that and amend the minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Gareth?
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I just wanted to say, I think it's paragraph 2372. I think we did record our appreciation of the role of North Wales Police in leading on the violence against women, the centre, yeah. And it'd be just nice to have that minuted. So, because I think we all agreed it was good that they had taken the lead on it. So, thank you.
Gareth, yes, you made that point in the last meeting, and it's important that we minute that. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Beth ar y cofnodion, Nick?
A small but important point on the first page, I'm the acting Deputy Chief Executive.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn, Nick. Pawb arall yn hapus? Pawb arall yn hapus i ni gymeradwyo'r cofnodion, sgwch yn dda? Yep. Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, ymlaen i materion sy'n codi ar unrhyw beth i'n diweddaru ynglyn â'r gweithrediadau. The action tracker, then, Bill, anything we need to say, please?
Diolch, Chair. There is one action which is currently live, and if I can ask Nick Graham just to update us on the progress with that action and our intention to resolve it.
Great. Over to you then, Nick. Thank you very much.
As part of this action was brought originally around the workforce strategy. That's being reviewed as part of the special measures piece of work. So I'd suggest that we close this up and then it will come back as part of that work going forward. But it's being reviewed in line. So,
great.
Well, suggest. Recommend.
Okay, thank you very much. You will have noticed there is a bit of an echo in this hall, so sometimes our voices can get lost. I will encourage you all to speak as clearly and as, I was going to say as loudly as possible, but maybe, but as long as you don't start shouting, but okay, clearly and appropriately, that would, I think, be helpful for the broadcasting as well. Anything else on the action tracker, Bill, or is that okay there?
That is okay there, thank you.
Okay, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem 1.5, sef stori'r claf. Ac mae hon yn eitem dyn ni'n cymryd at bob un o'n cyfarfodydd ni, oherwydd mae'n rhoi cyfle i ni a phawb arall glywed sut mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn gweithio o safbwynt y claf. Ac y cyfarfod yma, mae gen ni gyfle'n arbennig i hwyl sylw ar bwysigrwydd y Gymraeg o ran stori'r claf, a dwi am droi at Matt, dwi'n meddwl, i gyflwyno yn gyntaf. Ydw i'n iawn? Okay, Matt.
Our pal, Matthew Joyce, do we? Good morning all, I'm Matthew Joyce. I'll continue in English if that's okay. It's my.
That's fine. May I suggest you position yourself closer to the microphone? I think that would probably be a help.
There we go, thank you. As a Welsh learner, I'm probably not quite as fluent as I need to be, but I am one of the staff who is learning Welsh, and as we come on to after the story, I'll describe some of the work that's taking place to support all of our staff with the active offer to become Welsh speakers. It gives me pleasure to present the patient story on behalf of Angela, but most importantly on behalf of Mrs. Morris, who took the time to share her experience with us. And if I could just ask my colleague to play the story, and we'll hear from Mrs. Morris's own words, and then afterwards I'll just sum up with a few points if that's permissible, Chair.
Gobeithio bod y dechnoleg yn gweithio'n iawn.
Like to thank Mrs. Morris for taking the time to share her story with the board today, but also we've taken the opportunity to share this story with the teams involved, but also on a wider basis through various nursing forums and through our nutrition and hydration groups. I think in terms of some of the key points I would just like to highlight, as Mrs. Morris said, absolutely the importance of fundamental nursing care, and she described there the importance of that support and interaction and how that made her feel safe and reassured and comfortable. The importance of the information provided by the medical staff about the care, the treatment and the medication that again made her feel safe and comfortable in the hospital, but also supported her journey through care. Again, the importance of food, which is always an issue that's raised in many of our patient feedback surveys. But again, the importance of that given patients are away from home, often in an alien and strange environment, and the importance of that in terms of, again, making sure they feel safe and comfortable. But turning particularly to the Welsh language aspects, again, as the staff member said, the importance of patients being able to speak in their first or preferred language where possible is important. It helps them, it supports them, and it can absolutely improve the decision-making, the quality and the safety of the care that patients receive. Under the leadership of Teresa, our executive lead for the Welsh language, there's a very active offer to support staff across the organisation use Welsh and develop Welsh where perhaps that's something for them to learn. We absolutely support the Welsh Government's More Than Just Words national strategy. We support Welsh very visibly by encouraging staff to wear, of course, the orange badges on uniforms or magnets around the organisation to identify Welsh speakers. And there's a very active offer from our Welsh language team in terms of the training that's offered. Recently, a new e-learning package has been developed that complements all the training options that are available to staff, along with trying to make sure all of our information where possible meets the requirements of the Welsh language standards. So once again, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Mrs. Morris. I'll happily take any questions. I'm conscious Teresa might also want to add some points as well.
Diolch iawn, Matt, ac yn wir diolch I Mrs Morris hefyd. Na I just ofyn I unrhyw un o'r swyddogion eisiau ychwanegu. Dwi'n gwybod bod Teresa yn ymwyddus yn neud, wedyn na I droi at unrhyw swyddog arall. Wedyn cwestiynau neu sylwadau gan aelodau eraill o'r bwrdd. Teresa gynta.
Cadeirydd, a diolch I Matt am y cyflwyniad. Dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn am y cyflwyniad a dwi eisiau deud diolch wrth y tîma yn Ward Conwy, ond hefyd I tîm yr iaith Gymraeg am yr holl waith sy'n digwydd. Mae'r gwaith papur yn sôn am sut mae'r iaith Gymraeg yn gallu cysuro cleifion sy'n naturiol yn Gymraeg mamiaeth, wrth gwrs. Hoffwn I sôn am y canlyniadau gwell. Da ni'n gwybod os ydy cleifion yn cael gofal yn yr iaith maen nhw'n I dewis. Mae hynna mor bwysig ac wrth gwrs yma ym Mhrifysgol Bangor da ni heddiw. Gyfan hyn mae llawer o'r ymchwil wedi cael ei wneud o ran y canlyniadau gwell sy'n gallu digwydd efo'r iaith gyntaf. Ond hysbys os gai, Prifysgol Bathodyn Oren yn hun heddiw, mae yna rei ar gael I bawb o'r aelodau newydd o'r bwrdd. Ac wrth gwrs, mae yna diwtor ar gael, mae'r tiwtor yn helpu'n staff ni'n barod ar y wardiau, ond mae yna hefyd gyfle I helpu swyddogion os ydych chi'n dymuno. Diolch yn iawn, Cadeirydd, a diolch I Matt.
Diolch, Teresa. Defnyddio iawn. Unrhyw un o'r swyddogion eraill eisiau dweud unrhyw beth cyn I mi agor I fyny unrhyw sylwadau. Gweld Dylan.
Diolch, thank you. So just one for me, I think is important, and the Welsh language is clearly an important thing, but it's the fact that we consider what matters to the individual. And that can be various different things, and in many cases, what matters to me can make all the difference, and that's something that I think came out quite strongly in this presentation. So thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Dylan ni y sgyrsiau yna, beth sy'n cyfri I chi, beth sydd yn bwysig I chi fel claf, ac yn rhan o hynny, mae'r Gymraeg wrth gwrs I nifer o gleifion yn bwysig. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw cwestiynau neu sylwadau gan eraill, oedd yna dipyn o bobl yn troi at Rhian wedyn Vaughan.
Right, thank you, Matt. Just a very simple question. Apart from the little badges, how do people or patients who come in contact with Betsy staff, how else are they made aware that there is an active offer? I think it's the word active that gets to me, you know. It's not enough, is it, to have it there, although it's great that so many staff are learning as well. But how are you making it as active as possible beyond wearing a badge?
I'm sure others would want to come in as well, but from my perspective, the badges identify staff, placing the language on people's, for example, bed boards can indicate their preference, recording their preference in clinical notes and records. But I think the active offer is encouraging people to use Welsh wherever possible. That could be when greeting people, answering the telephone, first introducing to people. So I think all of those opportunities that we take to encourage staff to use the active Welsh offer is important. But I'm conscious Teresa and perhaps others might want to add some more to that as well.
Na ddod y Teresa mewn, wedyn mae Vaughan eisiau codi mater, a wedyn Steve. Teresa.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mae'r magneda gynno ni ar y wardiad. Dwi'n gobeithio pan fyddwch chi'n cerdded o gwmpas yn safleoedd ni, byddwch chi'n gweld y magnet. A'r holl pwynt ydy hwnna fod rhywun yn gorfod gofyn os ydy rhywun ar y ward am y tro cyntaf, dywch therapydd yn dod I ymweld â'r claf. Maen nhw'n gweld y bathodyn, maen nhw'n gallu dechrau'r sgwrs yn naturiol yn Gymraeg. Ond hefyd mae gynno ni'r byrddau gwyn erbyn hyn ar draws llawer o'n safleoedd ni. Ac wrth gwrs mae yna gofnod y fanna hefyd ynglyn â'r iaith, fel bod pan maen nhw'n cael y ward round fel petai, mae yna gyfle I nhw just sylwi a cael y trafodaeth yna. Mae Mrs Jones neu Mrs Roberts, maen nhw'n siarad Gymraeg, ac I bobl defnyddio I mymryn Gymraeg, sgynnyn nhw sy'n angen yn siarad yn rhugl, a bob mymryn bach yn helpu ac yn gwneud gwahaniaeth. Wedyn, mae gynno ni wahanol ffyrdd o helpu.
Diolch yn iawn, Teresa. Vaughan, wedyn Steve.
Diolch yn fawr. Peth braf, clywed bod Mrs Morris yn colli'r Chymraeg I ddechrau, yn dwi'n Lloegr a yn falch iawn bod hi'n gwella. Diolch am y stori. Dau bwynt, dweud gwir. Ydyn ni'n eitha hyderus sa profiadau Mrs Morris yn debyg ar unrhyw ward. Felly, be di'r canran o staff sydd ar y wardiau eraill sy'n gallu cynnig be mae Mrs Morris I profiad hi. A hefyd, os modd cael y canran o faint o staff sydd wedi cwblhau mwy na geiriau ar un o bryd na dim heddiw, ella i'r cyfarfod nesaf mwyn gweld a medru edrych ar y siwrna yna. Yn bod sa'n ni'n gobeithio fel mae staff newydd yn dod, mae'n cael y hyfforddiant sa symud I fyny, so bod yr graff yn mynd ar I fyny.
Diolch yn iawn am hynny. Dwi'n meddwl fod hynny'n ddefnyddio tu hwnt a dweud y gwir I gael ganran o staff sydd yn rhugl yn gallu darparu gwasanaeth dwyieithog a rhai sydd yn ar y siwrnau yna a ceisio dal y ffeithiau yna ac falle gawn ni hynny ar gyfer cyfarfod nesa neu nodio yn y cyfnodion o'r cyfarfod yma hyd yn oed os yn bosib.
Diolch. Bollon iawn wrth gwrs. Mae gynno ni'r ystadegau. Da ni'n gwneud adroddiad blynyddol sydd yn dod ger y bwrdd wrth gwrs bob blwyddyn. Ond mi fedrwn ni rhoi diweddariad I chi achos mi fyddwn ni'n cyflwyno'r adroddiad yma cyn bo hir a wedi fedrwn ni ddechrau'r calendar busnes y bwrdd a rhoi ychwanegiad.
A byddwn ni'n nodi beth I wyn uchelgais ni wrth ochr hynny wedyn. Steve, and then we'll bring this to an end after you, Steve.
Yes, you've got him with the question before me. That was the one I was going to ask actually. But the first thing I was just going to say is I'm new to the health board and I previously worked in Cumsarp and it's just struck me just how much more prevalent Welsh is up here. It's so much more important and you really see that, you know, it's language of common discourse for a very large proportion of people, isn't it? So it's that more important. So I think that percentage figure is really important. And I don't know if we can delineate it in some way around sort of staff that are likely to be more patient facing? You know, what's the proportion of doctors? What's the proportion of nurses? I think that's really important information.
Diolch yn iawn, Steve. Carol? Then we wrap this up.
Diolch. Just to follow up on Vaughan's question, I've had a quick look at the numbers, Vaughan. I like numbers. So 34.5% of our staff have got their language preference written down on the ESR. That is really important for us so that we can plan out where we need to focus and encourage learners. And that's people who've reached skill level 2, so it's foundation level and beyond. But I think the report coming through from Fraser will give a bit more detail on that. And that's joint highest health board across Wales, which probably reflects the language, as Steve said, in the communities.
Diolch yn iawn, Carol. Ac dim ond I gloi, grynhoi peth o sylwadau. Mae'n bwysig bod ni'n gallu darparu gwasanaeth yn dewis iaith y claf a'r teuluoedd, ond mae'r Gymraeg hefyd yn dweud rhywbeth amdano ni fel fwrdd, fel mae Steve wedi dweud, sef ein bod ni yn gwasanaethu ardal sydd efo cymunedau lle mae canran fwyaf o siaradwyr Cymraeg yn Cymru. Mae gennym ni gymunedau yn agos at lle dyn ni heddiw lle mae dros 80% o'r boblogaeth yn siarad Cymraeg. Mae gen I gymunedau hefyd lle mae falle llai na 10%. Ond at ei gilydd, lle bynnag awn ni yn yr ardal yma, dyn ni'n gwasanaethu, mi fydd na siaradwyr Cymraeg. Dwi wedi bod i'r 3 brif ysbyty yn yr ardal dros wythnos dwytha a dwi wedi cael sgyrsiau yn Gymraeg ym mhob un. Boed yn y Meilor yn Wrecsam, Glanplwyd neu yma Mangor yn Ysbyty Gwynedd. A rhai o'r ysbytau cymunedol yn ogystal. Felly mae Gymraeg, ia, mae'n rhan o gwasanaeth dyn ni'n paru, ond mae'n hefyd yn rhan o pwy ydyn ni fel bwr iechyd. Yn bod ni fel corff cyhoeddus yn cyfleidio'r Gymraeg. A dwi'n edrych ymlaen at y cyfle I hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg yn fwy. Diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb am y papurau yna ar eitem a pawb sydd wedi paratoi yna. Mae'n bod yn ddifyr tu hwnt a nawn ni barhau I gynnal y drafodaeth pan fyddai'r cyfle eto. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf sef adroddiad y cadeirydd a dwi wedi nodi adroddiad ysgrifenedig ymlaen llaw. Dwi ddim am darllen trwy'r adroddiad. Dwi'n awyddus I nodi 2 beth. Dwi wedi cynnal nifer o ymweliadau yn ystod y 3 mis diwetha achos oeddwn ni'n teimlo oedd yn bwysig iawn I mi fynd allan a siarad efo pobl a gwrando a dysgu. Un o'r ymweliadau gorau dwi wedi cael ydy'n ddiweddar iawn yn Ysbyty Glanplwyd, lle o'n i'n gwneud rhyw hanner shift efo torthorion yn yr ysbyty, yn cyfarfod gyda chriw sy'n darparu bwyd a glynhau wir. Ac oedd yn agoriad llygad I fi, oedd rhywun yn dweud, oedd nhw'n gwneud rhywbeth fel 10 kilometr neu 15 kilometr y dydd fel porthor yn mynd yn ôl ac ymlaen. Oedd yn gwneud I mi feddwl well mi'n wneud I mwy o hynny. Ond, dyma oedd y peth pwysig I fi oedd y berthynas rhwng y staff yna a'r cleifion. Oedd hi'n arbennig iawn a'r cleifion yn teimlo'n agos at y staff yna ac yn gallu siarad efo nhw. Ac yn gallu agor I fyny gryn dipyn y dweud y gwir. Ac oedd hynny'n wneud I bobl deimlo'n reit gyfforddus ac o'n i'n teimlo'n fraint I mi gael y cyfle I siarad gyda'r staff yna. Ac os gael dweud, staff sydd ddim yn aml ar y system sydd yn derbyn e-byst yn gyson neu ar wefan, maen nhw'n staff sydd yn aml yn teimlo bod nhw tu allan i'n cyrraedd ni. Mae'n bwysig iawn yn bod ni'n gallu cyfathrebu a gwrando ar y staff ar bob lefel yn y sefydliad yma ac nes I wirioneddol fwynhau yn weliad na dwi'n ymwneud iawn I wneud yr un peth yn yr ysbytai eraill. Fel ydych chi'n sylwi, dwi wedi hefyd cynnal nifer y gyfarfodydd gyda cynrychiolwyr yr ardal yn y Senedd. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n bwysig a dwi wrthi rwan yn eisiau trefnu cyfarfod gyda nifer o arweinyddion llywodraeth leol ar draws y rhanbarth yn ogystal. Dwi wedi cyfarfod arweinydd a Prifeithredwr Cyngor Gwynedd eisoes ond byddai'n eisiau cyrraedd y lleill yn ogystal. Hapus I gymryd unrhyw gwestiynau neu unrhyw sylw ar y droddiad yna. Fel arall, dwi'n cyflwyno I chi dderbyn, sgwch yna. Gareth.
Just two quick points. One is, at the risk of being very creepy, I do want to congratulate you on the huge amount of work you're putting in. I think those of us who are working closely with you can see how much you put in, and I think you're absolutely right in prioritising being visible and talking to people across what is a very big patch. So, thank you for that. I know it sounds creepy, but it is genuine. The other thing is, I just wanted to flag up on a personal note that I'm very happy to. Now we've got the committees established to chair the Performance and Finance Information Governance Committee, but I know that the board secretary is, and with help, is looking hard at the remits of our committee, and at the risk of a bit of special pleading, and I'm feeling a bit sensitive sitting next to Dylan, but the information governance bit of my committee's brief is the bit that I feel probably belongs somewhere with a bit more expertise from the independent board. So I'll leave it at that, but seriously, thank you very much for your work, and that report is really helpful.
Great, thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we are looking at the committees. There's a review happening at the moment, of course, and there'll be an opportunity for us to reflect and see what committees do we require going forward and how that will work, in particular around special measures. We have more independent members joining us. Very glad we'll be able to use people to help us in the committees too. So thank you for that.
I'm a boy and involved.
Otherwise, everybody happy to accept that report. Diolch yn fawr. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf sef adroddiad y prif weithredwr newydd. Fel yn dweud, dwi'n hynod o falch o croesawu Carol. So Carol, we're really glad to have you with us. We're really grateful to our colleagues in Powys Teaching Health Board. I was going to say for releasing you, or I'm not sure if that's the right expression, but for the opportunity to join us. I'm trying to remember, is it about a fortnight?
Yes,
You've been here, but you have had an impact already, and we're really looking forward to the weeks and months to work with you in this period. So, croeso cynnes iawn to you, Carol.
Diolch, David. It is just 3 weeks compared to your 3 months. But I would like to say at the outset how really pleased I am to join Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board at what is such a challenging and important time. I am delighted to be here. There's lots, of course, of commentary about the Health Board and things that I can't comment on, but I'd really like to comment on the warm welcome that I've had from the executive team, independent members, frontline staff and colleagues throughout the Health Board. So I couldn't have asked for a better or warmer welcome. So thank you very much to everyone for that. I have managed not at your scale, David, to get out and about at times of an evening. My days are rather pushed at the minute, but I've made some visits to some of our hospitals. I've been to Ysbyty Gwynedd, Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, I've been to Llandudno, and I've been to the mental health facilities at Herges. I've found staff to be warm and welcoming and extremely keen and committed to keep improving services for populations and communities of North Wales. And in that regard, and we've got a lot on the agenda, but I feel both confident and optimistic that together we can make a real difference and some real improvements. So if you didn't mind me just saying a few opening words and to thank colleagues for that welcome. My report is as presented really. I am almost daily getting notes of really good practice across the organisation, and so I would like to ensure that we've got plenty of opportunity to share those as well. So for board members, we'll make sure that you get those notes as well. And a couple of areas that I would draw out, and in particular, VTE. Nick's the expert on VTE, venothrombosis. I think, Nick, accreditation for the health board, I thought was a standout achievement for the clinical teams, as well as my note in the report about awards for nursing staff. And I'd reiterate the impact of the story earlier. So I wasn't going to say very much more. I have another item coming up shortly with colleagues on special measures, so we'll get into more of the detail there. Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, Carol. Unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau sgwch yn dda? Gareth?
Sorry.
No, please do.
I noticed there was a mention. I just like a very short update on where we are on the plans for the elective surgical hub, which I know is an important part of the strategy going forward. And I know we are reliant on other people, but I wonder if you can just update us where we are.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Chris might want to comment on this. So there were 2 workshops last week, one on specifically on orthopaedics, one on a broader, was a mini workshop on planned care more broadly, both with the focus of developing and improving our response to the provision of services, particularly in terms of surgical services and the significant numbers of people who are waiting too long for their surgery. And in particular, the people came together from the orthopaedics department. So I don't know, with your permission, Chair, if I bring Chris in to give a little bit more on that.
Chris?
Thank you, and thanks, Gareth, for the question. The meeting yesterday, the meeting last week was difficult to put into words, really, because the amount of business that was done in that meeting and the amount of honesty in that meeting of orthopedic surgeons, other clinicians, managers, in terms of how we best move forward. It was fantastic. It was really helpful as a meeting. And one of the clear take-home messages that everybody had leaving that meeting was, whilst the orthopaedic hub proposal in Llandudno is really important for very clear reasons, so too was addressing the way that we deliver some of our orthopaedic services right here, right now, and that we have an opportunity to move and prepare for Llandudno in advance of Llandudno. So it was a game changer in many respects in terms of the amount of shared views that people had leaving the room. It allowed us to get to a position where we could be much clearer in terms of the Llandudno proposal. And yesterday, I chaired the orthopaedic programme board looking specifically at this, and we agreed the approach of how we will put this business case forward now, with support from colleagues in Welsh Government, and the team are today working on that. And so you'll see it come back through board. Perhaps not the board in June, but certainly it'll be into the coming boards for the board's approval.
Excellent, many thanks.
Gareth? Sorry, I didn't see you there, Mike.
Can I just, is this restricted, this plan, to orthopedics? Are there any plans? There are lots of guaranteed day case procedures. I declare an interest, I'm a general surgeon. Lumps, bumps that can wait a long time, some of which may be minor skin cancers. Are there any plans to incorporate general surgery within Llandudno?
That's difficult to specifically answer, because the scope of the piece of work is with regards to what we would call cold orthopedics, hip, knee, joint replacements, that type of activity. But in working through those proposals, we have as a byproduct, identified that there are knock-on impacts that we can capitalise upon for other areas. So it's not specifically within the scope, but we have identified that we need to unpick some of those other opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can hear a slight hum. I think it may be in the... there we go. Thank you. Sorry, yeah. Helen.
It was just to let colleagues know as well that we have over the last few years been talking to our people of North Wales about the waiting times and in conjunction with Llais as well, so that we have a really good understanding of where they are at the moment, what it feels to be like on a waiting list, and so that is informing the work that's underway. And very shortly we will be having full conversations with partners of the public, patients and families about what those proposals look like and how they can influence them as well. So just to let you know that is about to start.
Helen, yeah, that's really useful to know on the way that the patient voice can help us shape services. That's really important. Everybody happy to accept that report otherwise? Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf a yr adran strategaeth. Mae gen ni adroddiad ar fesurau arbennig sydd wrth gwrs yn allweddol bwysig i'n datblygiad ni fel bwrdd newydd ac yn bwysig i ni fynd i'r afal ar materion sydd angen gwella. Ac mae yna lawer iawn o waith wedi digwydd dros yr wythnosau diwetha ac heddiw mae yna gyfle i ni edrych yn fanwl ar beth fydd yn siwrne dros yr wythnosau a'r misoedd nesaf. Yn y drefn yma, byddai'n gofyn i Carol i gyflwyno ac yna byddai'n troi at Olivia o Lywodraeth Cymru i roi cyflwyniad ac yna mae yna gyfle i unrhyw un holi cwestiwn neu wneud sylw yn y drefn yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Carol, at chi gyntaf.
Diolch. The report has been circulated. My apologies that it came out a little bit later than the others. And that's purely because we have, as the chair has indicated, been working at pace and in close connection with Welsh Government officials, who I thank for their support on this matter. This is a really key first step on our journey to improvement, and I've been really pleased with the response that colleagues have taken and the enthusiasm and motivation which they've applied themselves to this improvement work. I'm going to ask Chris to contribute to the presentation, but just before I do, I just wanted to cover a couple of areas, if that's okay. It is clear that there is a lot to do, and the process by which we make the improvements is really important to get right in terms of ensuring that we are making firm and sustainable steps on the improvement journey. We know that the organisation has unfortunately been either in special measures or targeted intervention for a considerable time, and it's my hope and intention to support wherever I can a sustained improvement that will last a very long time into the future. So with that in mind, we've taken an approach here following the Minister's announcement of special measures to work in a way that helps to both respond to the issues that have been escalated and raised, but to lay the foundations for the future as well. So you will see from the papers that we've taken an outcomes-based approach, 5 key outcomes that we are aiming to take forward, under which there is work identified for the first 90 days. And we would expect the second 90 days to be developed as a result of some of the further review work that is underway. We outline in the paper the role of the board and the board committees, so this will no doubt be a very major item throughout all of the committees and the board here when we join collectively. And from an executive, senior manager and wider board point of view, we will be hardwiring this development and improvement through our structures and our work plans. And there's mention in the report of the annual plan, which we will be bringing back at the end of June. Just to, before I say very much more, Olivia is going to offer a perspective of the Welsh Government, but we've got about 10 pieces of work that are underway or due to be underway that will provide us with more information ready for our second round of the 90-day cycle. So you will expect, I think, to see quite a change between these cycles. So this is the first 12 weeks focus, and I just wonder, Chris, if I hand over to you just to give a little bit more detail under the bonnet of that, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Carol. Clinos, would you put the slides up for me? Sandwiched between Carol and Olivia, and I'm going to try and add some more detail to what Carol has said, but hopefully not take too much of what Olivia is going to say. Can we move on to slides, please, Clinos? And on to the next one. Thank you. So as Carol has mentioned, as we entered into special measures, there were 8 broader areas of concern that were identified. I won't read them out from the slide set, but we did discuss these at the previous board in Llandudno. We could move on, Clinos. Again, as Carol has just referred to, we now have 10 independent reviews that have either started or are due to start. Not all of these will report within the next 3-month period that this presentation is specifically focused upon, and some of them will have only just reported, and so actions will still be being worked through. But nonetheless, all 10 impact upon the coming 3-month window, which is our first 90-day cycle within this first stabilisation phase of special measures. Welsh Government have deployed a number of independent advisors to support us, and that support has already been really helpful. I'm sure it will continue to be. Once we have agreed this approach, hopefully if we do agree this approach, then we'll be submitting it to Olivia and colleagues for their approval as we start in earnest within this 90-day period. There's an awful lot of work that has gone on behind this, and I'd like to thank colleagues around this table for turning things around at great pace, and also members of my team who have done an awful lot of the legwork for us. We've worked through the structure that we wish to take in moving things through in a systematic and an organised way. We've had lots of conversations with colleagues in Welsh Government and NHS Wales to help support our thinking. Most people around this table were at a workshop where independent advisors joined to help. As I say, we started those reviews, and that has further provided inputs. We now have a group within the Health Board that specifically focuses upon special measures, and already that has shaped our thinking and provided very valuable internal constructive criticism and support, and that's been fantastic for me. And then, of course, we've had meetings, the last one earlier this week, with independent members to help ensure that our thinking matches that wider thinking. Finos, please. Thank you. Carol referred to the annual plan, and I think we need to see special measures in the annual plan as very close bedfellows as we move forward. They are inextricably linked. Everything cannot sit within just the special measures framework, and that's really what the annual planning cycle is the core vehicle for. But also special measures runs through everything that goes into the annual plan and the approach that we need to take, particularly in terms of culture and context. So the two are very closely linked. And as you'll see in June, when the annual plan comes to board, there is an absolute consistency running through both this plan today and our annual plan. We have constructed our thinking on 3 90-day cycles. That helps us to focus both in terms of the pace that you get from a short window, but also allows us to sequentially run things along to make sure that we are doing things in the right order. And as Carol did mention, that outcomes focus is absolutely key. We're not interested, well, we are interested in process, but that has to happen behind the scenes. The process has to be because it improves outcomes. And so talking in that outcomes focus approach is the right way to do that. I'm not going to labour the next 3 slides. They're very brief summaries of the response plan that is in the paper published today. But it does feature here because I think it provides a useful visual of just how much there is in this first 90-day period. Lots of activity which is driving that outcomes approach. And as I say, you'll see more details of that in the paper published in the pack. Thank you, Klinos. Governance, in terms of governance, the plan is overseen by Carol as the accountable officer. I've taken the role as the executive senior responsible officer for the work, but this is a collective endeavour, and the executive team all work closely with other members of the board to move through special measures. The 4 committees listed there each have reports now devised to come through. Those reports feature specifically items that are within the remit of those committees, but the structure of the reports are consistent so that the same formatting is used. The executive team are regularly considering and managing the risks associated with the plan. Those plans then will come together to give assurance to the health board in its widest sense. Finally then, in conclusion, what you see in front of you is the detail of that first 90-day period of stabilisation. I can't stress how much work has gone on behind the scenes to ensure we are absolutely thinking about outcomes and have put forward a stretching plan, which we do believe is deliverable and are absolutely focused around making swift early progress. Should you approve it today, we'll be submitting that forward to Welsh Government by the end of this week.
Diolch yn iawn, Chris. Carol, nawn ni droi rwan, dwi'n meddwl, at Olivia, Llywodraeth Cymru. And then we'll come back to who I think is quite interesting just to hear Welsh Government perspective before we then come back to approve or otherwise what's been presented to us previously. So Olivia, over to you. Croeso.
So most people know me, I'm Olivia Shorrocks, I work at the Welsh Government. I'm the lead there for performance escalation intervention across all the health boards in Wales. So I just want to, so thank you, Chris. I don't think we're going to duplicate each other too much, which is good. I'm going to focus a little bit backwards over the first 90 days. So it's since our last board meeting and since the start of March, really. If you recall the last board meeting, I shared with you the reasons for the escalation to special measures and then the developing framework we're putting in place, and I developed further. I just want to be clear with everybody that the Welsh Government are not running the health board. There's still this perception that special measures means the Welsh Government are running the health board. We're not running the health board. We're here to, it might surprise you, but here to help, support and advice. Really, we're not running the health board. We're stepping back, and it's really great to see Carol and David here as a good team now to take that, spear that head. So I think that's really important, that our job is here to get continued oversight, gain assurance and give clear guidance where we think support is needed. And that's what we'll do. I think it's fair to say it's been a challenging 3 months for everybody. There's lots of issues to deal with. And I think we're still uncovering some concerns and issues that we weren't sure about before. And we're still finding the things out. It's important that we don't rush these issues, that we take our time to understand them, and we put sustainable solutions in place to overcome them. And that's really important. So when we spoke last time, we talked about 3 phases and special measures, starting with stabilisation. I think on reflection, we've actually said these first 3 months have been what we call discovery phase. You put the chart up, a discovery phase really, and we're now moving into stabilisation. So when Chris talked about the first 90 days, that's been stabilisation. We've had what I call discovery phase, and that one piece there sort of summarises some of the things we've done. I'll just talk about some of those in a moment. What I do need to say first was a big thank you to everybody in this room and everybody we've come across the health board. And it has been a challenging time. We've been talking to lots of people, been made very welcome. There's been no sort of animosity at all whatsoever. People have been really open, honest and shared their concerns, which I think is good. And we've come across some really, really good pieces of good practice everywhere. There's some amazing people here and they're doing a really good job. And everybody just wants to provide the best possible care for patients. I think our job is to make it easy for them to do so. I think that's really important to that context. Some of the good things that are happening, I think it's really important to reflect over, this month, the health board had the best performance in cancer yet again. We're consistently at the best in terms of cancer performance, which is great. We're seeing adult mental health performance improving quite dramatically over the last couple of months, which is a really good sign to see. The Minister was up here last week. She's extremely complimentary about the work being done in Ysbyty Gwynedd around the breast cancer surgery and the day out rates, and 90% are far in excess of the health board are doing in Wales. So some really good stuff. The outpatient activity is back above pre-COVID level. The only health board I think that's doing that at the highest level at the moment. So some really good stuff. We're looking at the stroke rehab wards that we're seeing. Again, good practice there. The examples of therapists working in the community. So lots of good stuff happening. And the Deputy Minister is delighted 111 press 2. She talks about this all the time. There's some really good stuff. But there's still a lot of noise out there. We had a big focus recently in the press about financial management, the issues that are going around about some of the contract management procurement, issues raised from the coroner and the ombudsman, some real serious issues of concern, which we're trying to understand. We've got concerns about Tywin, the reconfiguration, temporary provision of services there, and the staffing issues. So the Minister was there last week to visit those and just sort of pay attention there. So the big concerns. The health board is under considerable scrutiny, externally and internally, and from the Welsh Government as well, I think it's fair to say. We have really, I think, upped our interactions with the health board, and it probably feels a little bit uncomfortable at times. The Minister meets David on a monthly basis. And I think there's a good relationship there, but a good challenge from the Minister as well. In addition to that, she set up a special measures forum whereby she meets with the chair and other members of the executive on a monthly basis. So she's meeting the health board at least twice a month on official business. The special measures meetings through Welsh Government led by a Director General, one of which we got this Friday, but there's regular meetings to keep progress here. A lot of our execs have been up here over the last month or so. So the CMO has been up, the Chief Nursing Officer has been up, and the Deputy Chief Medical Officer has been up, our finance directors and others have all been up to visit as well and to offer their support and help where they can. So a lot of intense support really. The Minister's been up recently, she's been to Tywin, she's been to Bangor, been to Llandudno. And no doubt there's more meetings planned, I think. So what have we done this discovery phase? It's been quite intense. So we've got standards of stability. Carol's joined now, which is great. The board is growing, the independent members are growing. We've still got a few more to bring in, but that board is now becoming stable. We've agreed the domains, we've agreed the outcomes we want to deliver, and we've agreed the way we're going to go forward. We've taken our action, I think, to stabilise the Office of the Board Secretary. So one of the big concerns that came from the work my colleague here from Audit Wales did and Board Effectiveness was around some of the governance things we've done. So we've taken action to support that function. We've got Phil picking up some of that remit now. We put in support to restructure that. We put in support from other board secretaries across Wales. So quite a lot of support's coming in to help the team recover. And we've initiated a review into how the office works, what the function should be, the role of the committees and the role of the remits. That work is happening now, and I think will make a big difference to how we take this sort of forward. We are worried about mental health. It's been a concern for a long time, as we know. So we conducted an inpatient safety assessment on all inpatient sites and all the mental health sort of inpatient sites across here. That was done over a 2-week period in April. We've had the interim findings in that report, and a final report is due by the end of this week to the Health Board. But the initial observations were that the sites were good, they were safe. There were some immediate feedbacks to be done, and those have been done, I think, haven't they, Trees? We acted on those very quickly. But and it was a very good assessment to do to give us that sense of where we are and some structure to move forward on that one as well. And we've also commissioned a review for the Royal College of Psychiatrists to look at all the independent reviews, and there are many that we've done on mental health over the years, just to assess where the Health Board is against them and where gaps need to be filled. So a lot of work on mental health taking us forward there. Some other work picked up through the Ernst & Young and through the Audit Wales report around the use of interims in the Health Board. So a review has been conducted on that at the moment. And there's a similar piece of work that we're looking to do around procurement and contract management, which will start very shortly as well. So some big reviews, I think, will inform, as Chris says, phase 2 going from there. Some work's been done. You can see that the chart here gives you some further detail I'm going to talk through. Work's been done around culture and leadership through HIW to assess where the Health Board is up to and to help develop plans that take you forward from there. We put some operational support in as well. We are concerned about operational performance and the lumps and bumps, and those long waits that people have got on the waiting list have got to come down. So we put support in, particularly around orthopaedics, which Chris has described earlier, but also around some of the ambulance handover, 4-hour handover waits. We've got to eliminate those and get those down, and real focus on getting our 52-week outpatients down on a long treatment list. So some operational grip to help do that going forward. And then more recently, I think we just picked up a few concerns again about vascular, not particularly concerns, but just a little bit of assurance we'd like to seek. So working through Nick, we're looking to sort of conduct yet another review, I'm afraid, of vascular, just to give us some assurance against some of the things we're hearing to make sure everything's okay. That's going to be kicking off very quickly and to take measures of the executive to give us that platform to go forward on, really. And we have agreed, as Chris has gone through, some board priorities for the first 90-day cycle to take us forward there. So I think that's probably summary, I think, of where we are in the first phase, what I called a discovery phase. And, I think there's still a little bit more discovery to do, but I think a lot of issues are now pretty well rehearsed and known. And I think we've got a good plan to take those forward into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivia. That's really helpful and supports the presentation from Chris and Carol really well. So we're really grateful for the work and also for the support that we're getting from Welsh Government officials and yourself in particular. So, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw cyn I ni droi at gymeradwyo unrhyw beth. Anybody, any questions or comments before we turn back to the recommendations, please? First, any of our officials want to add anything? I don't think so. So, Rhian gynta wedyn Gareth.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, Rhian.
Right. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. I very much support the approach, the chunking up into 90 days and the outcomes. I think that's absolutely right. I've just got a few questions. How are we measuring outcomes? It's a hard one, and we don't want an industry put in place for tick boxes. But I think the whole issue about how you measure outcomes, this is a journey. So how do you know when you get there? Is the question really. So that's one. The second one is it's mentioned in 5.1, the word culture. Chris mentioned it once. Olivia's mentioned it. I think I'd possibly like to see a bit more about the whole culture of the organisation. I understand that it underpins everything and that it permeates across all activity, but maybe that could be strengthened somewhere just to make it clear the context. And I think thirdly, as somebody who currently is trying to chair a committee, I'd like to get a bit more clarity about how committees can assist in the whole process and how we can bring special measures into it, and so it's all tied up in one package rather than happening a bit scattered down. Okay, diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr, Rhian. Cwestiynau pwysig yna cyn dod â Carol ac Olivia a dod â Gareth mewn. Gareth, you've got something, and then turn to Carol and Olivia to comment on those.
Yes, I agree entirely with Rhian. I think this is sort of well thought out approach, and I particularly welcome the engagement of the Welsh Government and their willingness to, I think, reflect, listen and co-produce rather than, you know, tell us it has to be like this. I think that is genuinely really welcome. And like Rhian, I think that the 5 sort of outcome structure feels easier to get one's head around than talking about the areas of concern, which admittedly I know you've mapped against one another. Just 2 small points from me. One is, I don't know if this is a conflict of interest really, but there is a point about permanent board recruitment. I'm very mindful of the fact that we have all been appointed, and necessarily so, for only 1 year. I think some of us might see that as a get out of jail card, but it is really important that the process of permanent recruitment starts, because these things take long, don't they? So we've only got till the end of February to get new people in place. And then this is a small point, and I'm going to look very stupid if I'm wrong, but of the 4 committees, we've got 3 that are now functioning, but I'm not quite sure where we are on the Partnerships, People and Population Health Committee. That may be a question for you, David, rather than...
No, diolch yn fawr, Gareth. Yes, on that last point, yes, we've noted that committee isn't up and running at the moment. We've got a review, an independent review of governance and committees currently, and after that we will take decisions what committees we need in addition to the ones we've got, and without prejudging it, and I think a committee of that nature will definitely be one of them, but we will wait for the review before we take those decisions. The other questions, I will turn to Carol and Olivia to make comment. Carol first.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that. So I'll just move through them. So the measurement of the outcomes, and I think is absolutely critical. So it's a great question, you know, for us to clarify that. And action 5.6 in the detail plan, it talks about a special measures assurance approach. And that will be for us to be very clear, where do we get our assurance, and often, you know, we've got Audit Wales colleagues with us today. It will be an external or third party assurance that will scrutinise the work that we do and give us a view on what they find. So that's one part. We mentioned in that action as well a maturity matrix. I'm very keen for us to adopt a maturity matrix. There are different ones around, and another health board has recently, over the last year or 2, developed one. So important for us to perhaps use a maturity matrix for us as an organisation. And then just picking up some of the other elements in the plan, it will be really important for us to be very carefully tracking our performance outcomes. We've got a performance report later on, but Olivia talked about, you know, ambulance handover delays, or we talked about planned care and orthopaedics. Really, we will see that we're improving by the dials on those performance outcomes as well. So there's a number of ways. And the assurance approach, that's why that's in there for the first 90 days, because we need to map that now pretty swiftly. In terms of culture, this is one that we wrestled with a little bit, because there are more pieces of work still to come in that will help us to understand the type of culture and cultures we may have within the organisation. And in boards that I've worked in previously, it's been very important for the board to work together with key partners across the organisation to identify the cultures that we would like to develop. So there is important work here in the board development under objective 1, but also our partnership working with our trade union colleagues and staff across the organisation. That's part of the stronger leadership and engagement. So I would anticipate, Rian, seeing a much stronger emphasis on the cultural work we're going to be doing in the second 90-day cycle. On the QSC committee, I'm going to see if Phil will respond to that. But in my opening, I really did want to see this being hardwired through so that it is part of everything that we do. But perhaps if I could bring Phil in, I know he's been looking very hard at the meetings.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you for the question, Rian. I do believe we've got a meeting this afternoon about the forward planning for the QSE committee in particular after this. So we will be looking to make sure we capture that commitment to take assurance through our committees, through the forward plans for the committees. And I would want you in the chair to contribute to that and see that and make sure it's bedded in. The piece of work that Olivia talked about around the review of the committees is critical and it's imminent, and we need to make sure we don't leave any gaps in governance in the process. So that is firmly on my register, not just for the QSE committee, but for all of the current committees that we have now. We need to make sure that we recognise that.
Yeah. Okay. Olivia, do you want to comment on any matters that are raised by Rian and Gareth?
I do actually, thank you. Just respond on the board recruitment.
Yes.
So some of the new appointments have been for 4 years, which is good. But we have a plan now to commence a substantive board recruitment for all the other posts starting around June, July time. So we have a plan sort of set out for that.
Okay, very much. Unrhyw arall yn y gwestiwn sylw? Billy, usually I'm constitutionally don't invite questions from the audience. However, as you are a trade union representative, and we currently are still in the process of appointing a trade union representative for the board, I'm really happy for you to raise a question or comment if you wish, in the absence of that trade union representative, if everyone else is happy for that to happen. But you may need to shout, or I will repeat your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, come to the table, Billy, we're really glad that you are attending today as well. So, croeso.
I just wondered, Carol, when you mentioned about culture and strengthening relationships with trade unions in the light of the recently enacted Social Partnership Act, how exactly is the Health Board going to strengthen those relationships?
Thanks for that question, important one. So, Carol?
Well, thank you very much, Billy. It is absolutely an important question. I haven't yet had the proper opportunity to meet with all of the trade union colleagues. I'm very desperate to do that, but just a struggle to match up diaries. However, I have had a conversation with Jan as the chair of the Local Partnership Forum, and it sort of reinforced, I think, my commitment to work hand in glove with our trade union partners. We have quite a track record in Wales, and you mentioned the social partnership work that's been done. I personally have put a lot of stall in my career in working in that partnership way, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from trade union partners of their own experience and how we can take that into account in the work going forward, which I think, Billy, if I go back to the question that Rian asked about culture, I'm hoping we really can get to the nuggets of what it feels like to be part of our organisation and the ideas and thoughts that come through from staff right the way across the organisation in this improvement journey. So I don't want this to be a special measures that happens up here. This is a special measures that happens throughout the organisation. So I'm afraid I'll be pretty reliant on yourself, Billy, and colleagues to help us with that.
Thank you.
Caroline, we're really grateful for the active part trade unions play in assisting us getting important messages out across the organisation. That is really helpful, and it underlines the fact that we are all one team together. So thank you for all the work you've supported, Billy and Jan too. So we will go to the recommendations then that Chris presented earlier, and I'm going to ask for agreement or otherwise, please, that we note the process and then we approve the approach taken to stabilisation, the outcomes that we have outlined that are to be achieved, including the actions and the governance and oversight arrangements. You pawb yn hapus, everybody happy? Anybody wish to say anything different? No? Okay. Diolch yn fawr iawn, and we will ensure that a regular report comes to this board and comes to the relevant committees in order for that scrutiny to happen, and we ensure there is good progress that we will then be able to report to the Minister and Government. The one thing we must all watch for, that this doesn't become a process by itself and it grows, as someone mentioned, factory-like, but that we have clear focus on outcomes and progress, and we're able to show that clearly in committee and the meeting of the board. So diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb am y gwaith yna. Lots of work taking place on this. Really grateful, Chris and the team. If you can pass that message back, please, Chris, for all the work that the team have done to support this paper. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa ar adran strategaeth ac adran ariannol, a dwi am wneud yn y drefn yma. Dwi am droi at Steve, dwi'n meddwl yn gynta I gyflwyno, wedyn Gareth fel cadeirydd y pwyllgor, unrhyw sylwadau, a wedyn unrhyw un arall. So Steve, over to you to begin with your finance report, please.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So there are two finance reports here. There seems to be a lot more of them on the agenda, and we'll try and cull some of those. But there's a month 12 report. Yeah. So, in other words, the final month, the outturn of the last financial year, 22-23, and then a month one report for 23-24. The 12 report, the first one, has gone to PFIG and been considered at PFIG. But just due to the timing, the month one has come here without an opportunity to go to PFIG first, just so everyone's sort of clear. So,
and just to be clear, PFIG is
finance and information governance at the moment.
Really great.
Thank you. So on the month 12 reports, I mean, just the highlights of it, I just do ever so briefly. So we're reporting a surplus of 0.4 million. It's 389,000, subject to audit. That is very much, since we changed our forecast from a 10 million deficit to break even, then that is very much in line with that. The way it's built up is very much in line with the forecast that we did at month 11. So no surprises there. Just remind ourselves, and I do stress this in all the reports all the time, that yes, we did break even, and not all health boards have broken even, but we've broken even largely due to slippage and fortuitous things. We've not turned a curve in terms of recurrent recovery, so we shouldn't sort of stroke ourselves too much about it, but we did break even, so that's positive. Subject to audit, there is a small risk of a prior year adjustment, which would change that position on the back of the audit, but I think it is a small risk, but I have flagged that in the report. So that is month 12. Oh, the other one there is that we just undershot our capital resource limit, which is exactly where you want to be. So So I don't think there are any areas of concern that we didn't already know about in the month 12 report. If we go on to the first month of this financial year, then as you're aware, we've got an initial financial plan of 134 million deficit, so a very large deficit. So if we were on that plan, that would be a deficit in the month of 11.2 million. Our actual deficit in month 1 is 12.2, so we're a million off it. I think the 3 key points to stress are we are short of our savings target. In fact, we've got very little reported savings in April. I think some of that is because the teams have been focusing rightly, I think, on the broader planning, which sort of puts finance alongside, you know, activity and workforce and broader objectives. So I think it's absolutely the right thing to do, but that has meant probably, I think, there hasn't been a sort of focus on reporting savings. So we're short on savings by about 2 million. We are underspent on other areas, excluding outsourcing, other than savings. So, but for the outsourcing, we would be break even. 2 million short on savings, 2 million underspend in other areas. So you might say that's okay, other than the outsourcing, but it's not, because the other areas won't necessarily continue. No. You know, it's our slippage, it's our non-recurring that, you know, we can't sort of think, well, that's okay then. So we have got a major job to do around getting our savings program going and our investment review program going. So we've got plans as to what we're going to do, and I think they're reasonable plans, but we sort of got a long way to go with implementation. So I think that's that. Then the final thing then is the outsourcing. So I think we had a discussion in private session last time about the plan care plan, and part of that was outsourcing, and we have had to curtail some of that outsourcing. But as I pointed out at that private session last time, we had already transferred a number of patients into the private sector. And so we were committed to a chunk of cost already, around £5 million. And that's over the next 6 months. So it is not a surprise that around £1 million of that has come through in April. So that goes to the point that we know that we need to come back to the board with a plan for plan care that balances, you know, the patient aspects, the waiting, and the resources, you know, and our financial position. So that's to come. But pending that coming, what we're seeing is, you know, is the sort of position that I explained at the board last time coming through in our month 1. I think 2 final points is we're in special measures, you know, and part of that is for finance around the EY reports. We have a major financial challenge. We don't particularly have a bigger financial challenge at other health boards. All health boards have got a big financial challenge. We've certainly got a big financial challenge, but we're not a massive outlier. We shouldn't sort of think we're a massive outlier, but that doesn't mean anything other than we absolutely need to work on one, delivering our plan, and then reducing that deficit. And then final thing, that one of the reports that is in the pack is the monitoring return. I think what's happened historically, if we've reported that to PFIG and to board, I think that is a bit of overkill. So if the board is happy and the PFIG chair is happy, then we can limit the pain of that to PFIG and not report it to the board, and that will streamline the board papers. I'll stop there, Chair.
Diolch yn iawn, Steve. A comprehensive report. Gareth, I'll bring you in as chair of the relevant committee. Any comments?
And thank you, Steve. I don't want to repeat much of what Steve said, but the main points were fairly similar. So I do want to say, though, that it is a major success that we've achieved a balanced outcome, because as I understand it, providing that's confirmed by the final audit, that means we get our historic debts written off. And I did pick up from a briefing I was in, I think you were there as well, and it's an induction briefing, yes, that the Welsh Government's anticipation at this stage is that in fact, they said all health boards would have had a loss last year. So I was able to say, I don't think we will have. So let's hope that's right.
Not all, but many.
No, that was what one of the finance staff of the Welsh Government said. So anyway, yeah. So as you know, Steve has said, you know, we really shouldn't be lulled into a false sense of security, because I just want to reflect on the fact that when we have unplanned underspends, what that means is that we're doing less. So we're doing less than we should be. Yeah. So, you know, as I said, I don't want to take away from the skill of achieving that balanced outcome. But as I said, ultimately that relies on stuff not getting done that we have got the commitment to the people of North Wales to do. I completely agree with Steve's suggestion on papers, but I would like to say that I do think the summary sheets are extremely good, and that's why I'm very comfortable that the more detailed report that you know, we share in PFIG doesn't need to come here. I hope people agree with that. Obviously, I don't want to keep things in the dark. It's just that it does seem unnecessary. I think we all get very daunted when we open our packs and find there's 600 or 700 pages to read. I strongly support the actions that are being taken in the reflected in the month one report. And one of the things I'm really keen on, and I know Steve is as well, is benchmarking, because it's very easy. And I am absolutely not, although I'm generally a glass half full person, I'm absolutely not in any way complacent about this. But it's easy when you look at some of the things that are happening both financially and performance here to think, you know, we are just doing really badly. And only by putting that in the context of what's happening elsewhere can you focus on where our performance is particularly an outlier. And I think that is what we need to do, albeit I'm sure Olivia would agree that all health boards need to improve their performance. So I think that benchmarking is really, really helpful. And just a minor point that I said the covering sheets I think are very useful. I'm very interested in the divisional performance, I think, on the front page, but it's useful, so even for me, but certainly more generally, I think, to put that in the context of the overall size of the budgets, because, you know, their adverse performance of $1 million could be not very much if it's 500 million, but if it's 10 million, then it's a different kettle of fish. So, and you know, but I also then finally want to underline that although, you know, I take some limited assurance from the work that's going on divisional plans, I mean, the situation on savings is really worrying, and I'm sure it's not lack of will, but you know, we do need throughout the organisation to get a grip on that, as I know Steve and everybody here is trying to. But yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, thank you. I think without irony, thank you for the privilege of letting me chair the Finance Committee. It's certainly really interesting, if at times challenging. Thank you.
Gareth, and thank you for the work you undertake, the committee and colleagues. Really grateful for that. Just a couple of quick comments regarding papers that come to board and come to committee. That's a discussion we need, and we're going to look at that in the very near future to determine how best we get the best information for board that's coming from committee, and underlining the fact that committees can do that really heavy work and look at detail at things and then bring forward comments, recommendations, and so on to board. So we need to look at that. I just wanted to raise one question before bringing others in. One that's quite frequently posed is agency spend, because I think it is about 7%. I'm trying to remember the percentage, and there are a variety of reasons why we use agencies. Of course, some of them very good reasons. But I'm wondering if we can get to that point where actually recruitment is going to have more of an impact then on our spend on employees, as it were. So it will not only bring down agency spend, but it will also help grow our organisation and help show those career paths that are available to people. And of course, link in with Bangor University, where we are today with the medical school and so forth. There are opportunities, and recruitment is really challenging, we know, right across the health board, but it does seem to be an opportunity. And what do we need to do more of? And does it mean sort of invest to save sort of approach, or what do we need to do? I think that's the question many people who will be viewing today will be asking. So I can see lots of people wanting to make comments on that, which is great. So I'll bring Steve, Gareth, Carol, I think in that order.
There's loads of people that want to say things about this. I suppose what I would start off with saying is some of the programs that I've talked about that we need to get underway. Two of the really critical ones are around the nursing workforce, around the medical workforce, and Nick has drawn up, initial plans for those, and we're starting the process, but we need to crack on with it. But essentially, it is multifactorial. It is recruitment, it is retention, it is controls over rostering and rates. It's a whole bundle of things. So we know what the things are. What we need to do is to get a really clear plan that we're then tracking and seeing the impact of.
Thank you very much, Steve. And Gareth, you were interested in this?
Yeah, I wanted to get in quickly because otherwise people who know much more about it will have said the same thing. No, there are just 2 points I wanted to make. One was, it refers to an item later in the agenda, which I know will come to on nurse staffing levels. And I think that part of it is making sure that our establishment is realistic to what our needs are, rather than, if I've understood it correctly, and I did have a very useful note, thank you, Angela, from that basically we now know what's needed. I know this is a fairly new system. We know what's needed. The establishment is below it, and we sort of give the instruction out to the front line to sort of plug the gap by getting more people in. Well, obviously what you need to do is you need to staff up with permanent staff. I know they're not always available, but in principle, you need to have an establishment that reflects the need. And the second point that I wanted to make was just to mention, as Steve hasn't, that took reassurance, was impressed by the fact that some good work is going on that within the agency sort of area, that we are taking measures. I don't think I need to go into detail, but Angela, if she wants to, will understand this better, but to draw more heavily on the bank, because at the moment we've got a sort of hierarchy. First of all, the bank, then, and I think everybody knows what that means, it's sort of basically our own nurses, but who want to work overtime. Then it's agencies that are under contract through to us already, and then there's sort of agencies who are off contract, and quite a lot has been going through to that third tier, which obviously are the most expensive, and also from a governance point of view not particularly good. But by strengthening and making more accessible the bank facilities, we're trying to shift the balance. Now obviously, well, that will reduce the agency spend because the cost will be less. It still means there's too much reliance on agencies as a whole, but there are measures being taken. I don't want people to think that people are just sitting back and everything and saying, "Oh God, isn't this right?" They're all thinking, I want to commend the executive for that.
Thanks very much, Gareth, for setting that out clearly for us. Did you want to make a comment, Carol?
If I could, thank you. Just a couple of brief points. So whilst we have picked this up under the finance element, clearly quality and cost go together here. So we know that agency and temporary staff can bring a lot to an organisation, but on the whole, we would want continuity of care. So there's a quality aspect here. So three quick things. Number one is retention is key, because it is very hard to recruit in this national and global context, actually. So let's try to keep the people that we have and enable them to feel satisfied in their work. The second element is workforce planning, and have we changed the types of roles and modernised in the way that we need to. When I started in the NHS 30 odd years ago, so many more different roles and opportunities now exist. So there's that. And then the third element, which I think is going to be key for our annual plan that we're bringing back, is our approach to growing our own. So people here in North Wales and enabling a role in the health care system to be appealing. and balancing that with international recruitment. And we've talked about training, and just yesterday we talked about staff accommodation. What are the things that you need when you're trying to grow your workforce? So that's going to be a key feature in the annual plan that we bring through in terms of that work. And Nick's agreed to do a bit of a stock take for us to help our thinking on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Carol. And it reminds us of the opportunity we have to have not only an impact in terms of healthcare provision, but also socio-economic and indeed linguistically to help support the communities in North Wales. So that's very important. And that work going forward is a huge opportunity for us, where I think we can do more than we have in the past. And the ties with the university we're in today are going to be important, and Glyndŵr, or as it's called now, Wrexham University also. So that's important work going forward.
I think
Angela wishes to come in. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Angela. Nick as well, I think.
Just wanted to identify some of the work that we are doing. We're just about to launch a cadet scheme for 16 to 18-year-olds across North Wales, sponsored by the organisation working with Glyndŵr. So that's work that we're pursuing. We currently have cadets over in Wrexham, but we're trying to make sure that it's across the whole of the sites. We're also doing some work around retire and return, to identify very early people who want to come back and what opportunities they have to bring that experience back into the organisation and support people as we go forward. And then return to practice. So there are a lot of people who have retired potentially or have given up nursing who potentially we can bring back, and we're working with the universities on a course to enable them to do that, or to go through the NMC OSCE process, which our international nurses use. Also from an international nurses point of view, we've got a stream of nurses coming in, and one of our matrons went out to Kerala in India and came back last week interviewing nurses to come over to work with us and to become a part of our community. So that's really positive as well.
Come on, Angela. Nick, you want to come in as well?
Thank you, Jay. You challenged us. There's a lot more that can be done. I think there is. I think I'd want to thank both Steve and his team and Nick and colleagues in workforce, because a huge amount of work has been done over the past few weeks and months to really enable clinical teams to understand where their spend is and what the opportunities are. Picking up on Rhiann's question about culture, I think really highlighting to clinical teams and operational teams what their responsibilities are and how they have a responsibility to change is perhaps going to be really key to our way forward. It sounds easy to bring that information to people's attention, but it's not. And really want to thank you, Steve, for the work you've done over the last few weeks and months.
Can I also commend the reporting? I think it is really good, the way it's presented. There's a lot there, and we need to consider what's coming to board and committee, but I think the way the report has been presented is really good and has clarity, which is helpful for us as a board in order for us to make sure we can do our role in terms of scrutiny and challenge. Sorry, yes, we'll come in again.
No, I think it's just building on that. I think part of the transition, we've always used agency and that temporary staff in a very reactive way. I think we're moving now into what's built on that, Angela's and everybody's comments, in a more proactive way.
Yeah.
We know we've got gaps in services. We know we need to look to stabilise those services and to get our own staff to do more, or to recruit, think about retention when they're literally under pressure every day. And you've got different, reactive model with agency. You have different people all the time coming through. We're looking to try and take a more proactive approach. So we'll need to use temporary staffing, but at least bring that continuity. You can put block bookings in, for example, either through the bank or through the All Wales On framework, nursing agency work, which actually is, we know the costs of that standardised. But you get 5 nurses in a week, you get 1 nurse in a week, and it's that type of approach. And if we build on that, that will then reduce costs, but it also will give us a chance to do all that medium-term work that we've talked about there. Yeah. And that's been part of the issue why we've never been able to get beyond that. We've always used temporary staff as a reactive model. We need to make it into more of a proactive model that will give us that platform to build. So I think that's just to understand sometimes when you see the agency or other temporary cost spends, the way we use it as much as the cost of it, if you like, in short, to build on the medium term.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhywun arall eisiau holi cwestiwn neu unrhyw sylw? Os ble, croeso.
It was really about the long-term saving ambition. And I don't want to talk about the finance director about it. We're actually professional.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finance thing. Although it's good news to hear we kind of hit the line last year that we were going to be a small amount of those savings actually that we were when the 11 and 31. So I guess it's confident the team about our confidence about this, about some of the transformation change that we need to make and get into the 1% savings. I recognise some of that transformation is going to take time to develop these proposals, bring the staff around and embed them. So actually this year, we have to recognise we are going to have to run some long and short term strong budget management and things as well to get us through this year. So I guess it's just a question about confidence levels at the other head. And I guess as a board, we didn't have an opportunity to look at some transformation training, some of it will be easy to look at. So about it, we clear the ground with confident now for the future.
So confidence level for the years ahead, Steve, and well, maybe a sense of what's going to be different, I guess, isn't it? You know, what we've tried to achieve previously, we haven't quite hit the target. So what's going to be different?
Very briefly, because I'm very much up with Claire's asked the whole team. Now that's also Claire.
Yes.
But I think there's a piece in the special measures list which is around benchmarking and opportunities, and Gareth talked about that. That's really important, and we have got lots. So we need to make those clear to ourselves. But I think the other thing, and I think be really good for colleagues to come in, is then we simply got to improve on the management of change and delivering on those opportunities. We had a really interesting discussion yesterday as execs about GERFT, but that there is a big sort of learning improvement thing for the organisation around.
Just explain what that is.
Getting it right first time. So it's basically a clinical improvement that's got an efficiency element. It's got a it's got a clinical outcomes element too. But I mean, there are lots of areas we can improve there, and we were talking about, well, why do we struggle so much to actually do it? And I think that's the bigger challenge, is delivering on the opportunities, but we do need to cite the whole board on the opportunities as well.
Thanks very much, Steve. Yeah, reminding us that finance isn't about finance, in a very strange way, but it's about the whole operation of the whole organisation. It's not in that box. But don't think you're going to stay. Carol, as chief exec, then. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I think Steve said quite a lot of what I was actually going to say. So thanks, Steve. There are opportunities for sure, and it's about how we make things happen. I think that was sort of behind your question about how do we get transformational change happening. So when we considered the special measures item a bit earlier, I was talking about actually not just responding on stabilisation, it's trying to lay the foundations for the future, and that's why some of the actions in there are as outlined. I think this year is a really difficult year, and not just for us, but for every single health board in Wales, and actually to the UK system. There are still in England, I think 1 in 3 integrated care systems not got a balanced budget on the page, and many more of our colleagues over there who said they might have it on the page, but can they deliver it? So there is a big problem across the NHS, and it's going to be really important for us. We're not alone, we're working with other Welsh NHS colleagues on this. What action do we take in year that hopefully doesn't mean that it stops us getting to that more sustainable and transformed place? But we have got a big in-year problem in the NHS in Wales at this time. So I think we're going to have to unpack that a little bit more as we go through certainly the next few weeks and look to submit the annual plan. But in that more short, medium term, Steve's absolutely right. There's a lot of opportunity for us, and we'll be digging that out.
And just to add to that picture you painted so well, Carol, is the small matter of capital as well, which is a huge challenge. And Welsh Government and the Minister remind us about that capital is really, really in difficult positions. So that's something else in terms of our estate, in terms of the improvements we wish to make, huge challenge. I'll bring Chris then Dylan in.
Thank you. I've obviously briefed my chief executive really well, because she's just said exactly what I was going to say. But what I would add, what I would add is you'll see hooks to that transformation through all of that first phase of special measures. And when we talk about transformation, the first thing we think about is doing something new and shiny, something that looks visibly different. But actually, whilst all of that is true, the first piece of transformation we need to do is actually being able to deliver the simple transactional changes that we're talking about. And, you know, gift, getting it right first time is a perfect example of that. And so right in that first 90-day period, we're focusing upon actually how do we do some of those simple transactional things, but actually deliver them. And that then helps to prepare the ground for some of the big change opportunities that would be foolish for us to be sort of heading entirely at without getting that sort of first tranche right first.
Thanks very much. Good point. Dylan, Tina, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something similar to that, but just to add to that, one of the things we really need to think about, especially with the big transformations, is our capacity and capability to do that. So we need to build on our ability to deliver successful change, as Steve was saying, but also the prioritisation piece. We must also remember that, as well as all the special measures benefits and challenges that we've got ahead of us, we've also got some big programs in my area, for instance, radiology system, limb system, ministerial priorities around things like electronic prescribing, all sorts of other things. So we really need to be thinking about that as well, in order to enable us to do the transformations you want. And as everyone knows, if you give digital data £1, they'll give you £2 back. So if you think about
Thanks for reminding us about that. But the transformation, it's interesting, isn't it? We've talked about finance on this item, but actually we're talking about transformation, which is the right thing, and capturing all those ways to transform the services delivered to get the best possible for the people we serve, including digital, including getting those basics right first time and so on. So I think that's the sort of narrative we need to really capture. But over to Nick for the last comment, I think, and then this Nick for the very last comment.
Say from a people services perspective, the biggest elements of this is about changing the mindset of our people. It'd be the people that are in these services that work for us and deliver that, you know, the care to North Wales. It's about changing that mindset there, and that's where the culture element comes in. People have been in a very reactive place just across the whole of the NHS from coming out of COVID, which has only happened recently. And it's about investing that element into our people to make sure that they feel they can deliver some of that transactional thing. There's so many people in Betsy who work here who want to do the best for, you know, the population of North Wales, and I'm very proud to be here and do that. And I think we need to make sure we don't lose sight of the people, because this is going to be driven by the people here now, not going to be driven by necessarily us sat around this table with support, but it's giving them the ability. I think we talked about it yesterday at execs, enabling people to feel like they can get on with things and do what they know needs to be done to deliver that better healthcare for our population in North Wales. So
thanks very much for reminding us of that important point. Nick.
And in fact, an illustration of the point that Nick's just made, I met with one of our clinical teams on Tuesday of this week, And they were very much, please don't make us do savings in this area, Nick, because actually if we can do these things, that's what will make the really long-term difference. So for me, as we, with special measures, I think there's a real opportunity for us to change the way we lead the organisation, to listen to those people who really know what's going to work for the long term. So rather than doing unto, is doing with and listening.
Thanks very much for reminding us of that, and underpinning all of that, government policies and strategies, healthier Wales, and also future generations, which encourage us to plan for the long term. So we need to embrace both those policies and that context that we can work in. But thank you very much for that discussion. Felly, I gloi y drafodaeth yna, ydyn ni gyd yn hapus I dderbyn y papurau yna ar gymhellion. Pawb yn hapus, gwelwch yn dda? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, ac gan bod ni chydig bach ymlaen llaw, jyst rhoi rhybydd, gawn ni doriad o ryw 10 munud ar ôl yr eitem nesa, jyst mwyn sicrhau bod pawb yn gyfforddus. Felly ymlaen I eitem 2.2 a cynllun Gwynedd a Môn. Ac dwi'n meddwl Chris yn cyflwyno. Diolch yn iawn, Chris. I'm sorry, I got them in a different order on my iPad here, so we'll go, but on this, I think we do have that next. Sorry, Gareth, I've got two different versions. Too much technology. So we'll go to 2.11, I think is on IBABS, which is the Community Complex Condition Service business case. Acting Director of Therapies and Health Services will present that then. Diolch yn iawn.
Cadeirydd. I will obviously take the papers as read, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to say a few words by way of introduction to this item. The long COVID service was set up in North Wales in December 2021 in response to the emergence of what was at the time a new condition related to the long-term impact of the COVID-19 infection. I think it's fair to say there was very little understanding at that time in the early days of the condition. So there was an expert group set up in Wales to look at the best response to that, and they established the basis of a clinical pathway for this cohort of our population who are presenting with a range of symptoms. That clinical pathway focused very much on support through a community-based model rather than a secondary care model. It's a clinical model, therefore, that's rooted in a biopsychosocial approach, which aims to look beyond the sort of traditional physiological pathology that we tend to approach people with. Perhaps a medical model, perhaps is a better way of describing it. This approach takes into account the psychological and the social needs of each individual, really, to try and find the best solution for those individuals. It's also a model that actively promotes the individual to be at the heart of their care. And it obviously includes self-management within that model. Our particular model in North Wales was co-designed with people with lived experience, and we were recognised for that work actually with a national award last year. But it also has a very clear strategic fit with our ambition as a board to strengthen our primary and community services here in North Wales. Our approach to this is supported nationally, and Welsh Government have made £8.3 million available on a recurrent basis across Wales to put this on a sustainable footing. But as part of that, they have also encouraged improvements in access to a range of similar or associated presenting symptom groups, probably the best known of which would be our chronic fatigue syndrome ME cohort in North Wales, although there are other several smallish but quite significant users of service groups who have a range of medically unexplained symptoms. So this business case proposes to establish a community complex conditions service, brings together the existing long COVID service that we've established with those other resources we have in place in North Wales to create this one approach. The benefits of this particular new model for a wider group than just for long COVID, they're set out in the business case, but in essence, we see a range of benefits from the scale of the coalescence of a number of small clinical services coming together in order to share expertise, aid with recruitment and retention of staff, and provide that sustainability to that service, which will clearly then go towards improving the patient experience and outcomes through a more coordinated pathway. So the board is therefore asked to approve option 4 within the business case, which would establish a community complex condition service in North Wales.
Diolch yn iawn, Gareth, really comprehensive and excellent work that I think we should commend is looking in that really wide context, capturing other conditions, but based on the experience of long COVID, I think it's really, really good. So, unrhyw arall isio holi cwestiwn? Before I bring in, we will have Chris and then Nick, and then I will bring in colleagues. Chris, over to you.
So thank you, Chair. Gareth will probably know what I'm about to say because I've said it previously, but I mean, this is a fantastic piece of work, and he is modest and his team is modest in terms of the thoughtfulness that has gone into the preparation of this. And if you just bear with me, I mean, medical doctors are fantastic people. I would say that, wouldn't I, being one, but the perils of over medicalizing in this area are huge and take us from a place of doing good into a place of doing really quite profound harm. And the way that the team have gone around structuring this service to make sure it absolutely is based upon a biopsychosocial model, not on a medical model, that it is led not medically, but by a multidisciplinary team, seems to be so simple, but actually so difficult to get right at the beginning. We tend to defer to doctors too much in health systems across the world. And so the team have done an awful lot of work to get us to this place. And so as well as it being good here, I think there's a real opportunity for us to learn more broadly in the health board in terms of how we can do this in other areas too. So I just wanted that to be on the record because I am aware behind the scenes of the depth of work that's gone into that.
Diolch yn iawn, Chris. Nick?
Thank you. Everything that Chris has just said. And thank you, Gareth and the team. I suppose for me also, though, I suspect there is a huge opportunity here for patients to find the right service for them, and therefore they won't be constantly striving to find a service somewhere where they don't really belong, in our ED departments or in GP practices where they're not getting what they need. So I suspect there are other huge potential benefits here. And I wonder whether, and we're very good in the NHS at bringing in new projects, not always so good at doing the benefits realisation and the testing, whether it's actually effective, and whether by ourselves or part of the national work, which I think is being proposed in that area, we should really hold ourselves to account on that and really understand what the benefits are, because that might inform further strategies going forward.
And it will be interesting to see reports of progress and so on, and patient experience and coming to the relevant committee. That would be really good. Thanks for that. Do you want to come in, Gareth?
Just very briefly, this came to the Finance Committee. I just agree entirely with Chris. I think it's a fantastic piece of work, and I hope Gareth has, I'm sure he has passed back to his team that, I mean, to be honest, it's just absolute slam dunk, isn't it? It's an excellent, well thought through piece of work, which makes sense. It's in line with Welsh Government thinking, and they've given the current funding for it. So I have no hesitation whatsoever in endorsing option 4, and so should go
Thank you very much. Rhian, within one.
Just questions sylfaenol. Lle mae'r gwasanaeth
Ie.
yma yn mynd I gael I ddilifro? Sut?
So sut dyn ni'n mynd I ddarparu'r gwasanaeth ar gyfer y gogledd I gyd felly, Gareth?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. The long COVID service is actually found fairly widespreadly across North Wales. It's uses multiple locations across the region, nearly all community-based. In fact, they may all be community-based now. And that provides pretty good access, I think, for people to get to the service. It's another benefit of this being rooted in primary and community care services. So there are multiple locations. Happy to furnish you with a list of those locations if that helps. And the teams are, although it is a North Wales service, the teams do largely align themselves to our 3 health communities, but work to cover and assist each other wherever there may be some operational pressures.
Diolch yn iawn. Bon?
Yn gyntaf, be di'r amserlen da chi'n gweld I fynd i'r model newydd, be di'r amserlen o cael y sefydliad yn am yn lle, a be fydd yr effaith wedyn ar y rhestr aros? Be da chi'n rhagweld fydd y data ar y rhestr aros? Yn gwybod bod o'n mynd y ffordd cywir sy'n wych, ond ydy'r strwythur newydd yn cymryd hynna I ystyried?
Diolch Fôn. Our anticipation in terms of sizing this business case, which was difficult and is difficult, given that we don't know about the longer term view of this, is that we would attempt to get access for new referrals to within the 14-week target that exists for other therapy services. So we've used that as a proxy. So we have tried to size anticipated demand with capacity to deliver that target by the end of this year.
Can I just ask quickly, Gareth, about how you see the sustainability of this service? Tremendous amount of excellent work to get this progressing. Government funding, really grateful for. So 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, that's a challenging question, I know, but the sustainability of the service is important because we know from what you presented, actually, it is capturing something that hasn't been captured previously, and it's very likely to grow quite considerably. So the sustainability in terms of financing it, but also staffing it too.
Okay, yeah, it is a challenging question. In part, though, because of what I've just said, is there's an awful lot we don't know about long COVID, in particular clinically, but there's an awful lot we don't know about the future impact of the pandemic and the likely demand really for this long-term impact of a COVID infection. One of the things we've been clear about is this case. This is probably as good a case as you can get that will require review. Touching on Nick's point earlier on, we will need to review it. It could go either way. We could be looking to scale things back, or we could be looking to enhance it. My instinct on the sustainability is that the opportunity to use this model to do more with other groups is probably where this will go, and I think sustainability will grow from that and may change what we offer or how or who we offer it to. But I think this investment gives us a very good model in which to consider other elements. The workforce sustainability, which is an issue obviously across all our services. I think we're fairly well placed at the moment in regards to that, in part because we have recruited to our existing long COVID service. We've got a basis of staff to grow this from. We've got an existing chronic fatigue syndrome service which we can grow from. When we were recruiting into the long COVID service over the last 18 months, there was interest in this. What held us back actually was the non-recurrent nature of the funding at the time, because we weren't able to always offer permanent posts. And I think, largely again, because of what Chris says, I think this is quite an interesting contemporary model that we'll be offering on a fairly large scale in North Wales, because we're a large health board. And my previous experience was where we've offered fairly innovative contemporary models of care, our stroke rehabilitation model being an example in the last couple of years, which has been therapy led. We are playing in a UK-wide pool in terms of recruitment. We are able to recruit in that way. So I would be relatively optimistic from a workforce sustainability perspective that this will probably just grow, if anything.
Great, that's good to hear. And I just thought of something else whilst you were answering that, comparing where we are today, the potential links with research as well,
very much so,
both here and Glyndŵr, and the opportunities that are there to sort of support the work and to get the learning and so on to help progress for the future. So I think that's something we would want to enhance. A quick comment from Nick to finish with.
Yeah, no, it's just again, I'll pick up with Gareth for data, but it's not a fantastic opportunity to bring some of those new roles that Carol touched on. Physicians associates would fit into this model really well.
Yeah.
We had a really positive conversation with mental health last week around Alberto, the clinical lead, around how physicians associates could support mental health and some of the things, particularly around the physical aspect of this, which obviously fits into some of this. And so it's like that's where again we can take that opportunity to build that sustainability in now. We've got access to those people in Wales, really healthy access. We just need to kind of build them into that new model. So now I'm building that forward. So I think that's again a really exciting opportunity for ourselves and workforce, not to just keep using traditional roles and see how we can keep those new roles coming through.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn barod I gymeradwyo yr argymhelliad 4, dwi'n meddwl Gareth wedi tynnu sylw ato fo. Pawb yn hapus I wneud hynny? Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Felly, dyn ni am gymryd toriad rwan o 10 munud. I chi sy'n dilyn ar-lein, byddwn ni nôl am 11:45. Ag pobl sydd yn y stafell, mae yna gyfleusterau allan fan'na, ac mae yna hefyd gyfle am baned os ydych chi'n dymuno. Felly, toriad nes 11:45, ail gychwyn 11:40 ar y dot, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn fawr. Thanks. ready for us to resume. Gwelwch yn dda. Digon pan mae'r llunos yn barod. Reit, barod.
Quite warming, isn't it?
It's very well. Yeah. It hits you when you're back. Okay. Right, I'm barod. Could be gyfieithydd newydd, dwi'n meddwl. Ar offer I gyd gweithio'n iawn. Pawb yn barod, nawn ni felly ofyn I ddinos pwyso. Croes yn ôl I bawb, dyn ni'n ail-lechrau ar eitem 4.13 ar ein agenda bore yma a cynllun Gwynedd a Môn. A byddai'n troi mewn munud fel Chris I gyflwyno, ond cyn hynny mae Fôn am ddatgan buddiant dwi'n credu fel aelod o staff Cyngor Sir Ynys Môn.
Daeth dim mewn ar y rannu. Dyna beth yw'n diddordeb ar yr eitem yma.
Diolch yn iawn, felly Fôn yn nodi buddiant fel cyfarwyddwr gwasanaethau cymdeithasol Cyngor Sir Ynys Môn datgan buddiant. Iawn, ymlaen felly Chris I gyflwyno ysgolch na.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be able to present this. What you have in front of you, and I will take the paper as read, is the Anglesey and Gwynedd Wellbeing Plan. It's perhaps helpful just to provide a little bit of background. Public Service Boards, and it's the Anglesey and Gwynedd Public Service Board that have produced this, are a statutory requirement by way of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And under the Act, we, as the Health Board, are statutory members of the Public Service Board. And there is a requirement for us to ratify their plan as part of that. Fionn Johnson, the Integrated Health Community Director for the West, sits on the Service Board on the Chief Executive's behalf and has contributed to pulling together this, which in itself is based upon an assessment that is undertaken periodically within the respective communities. In front of you, you have a plan that is built upon three broad wellbeing objectives. The first in terms of mitigating the effects of poverty. The second in terms of working together to support children and young people to realise their full potential. And the third in terms of working together to move towards zero net carbon. I am very aware of the amount of work that has gone into both the assessments and then digesting those assessments and coming up with a collaborative plan. So I'm really pleased to put this in front of the board today and hope that we're able to ratify it.
Diolch yn iawn, Chris. Unrhyw un oli cwestiwn, unrhyw sylw. Mae'r holl gynlluniau yma wrth gwrs ar draws yr gogledd yn dod at ni yn ei tro. Fe gafon ni un, dwi'n meddwl, Cyngor Sir Fflint, wel, Fflint a Wrecsam yn ytrach gyfer y dwytha. Unrhyw sylw, Teresa? Wedyn Gareth.
Sylw Cadeirydd, diolch yn iawn. Isio diolch i'r tîm yn Gwynedd am Môn am ddod â'r gwaith yma at ei gilydd. Dwi wrth y modd yn gweld bod nhw'n adeiladu ar arseda sgynnyn nhw a hefyd y tri amcan lles eang sgynnyn nhw. Wrth gwrs mae dechrau yn ifanc hefo'n plant ni a wneud yn siŵr bod nhw'n cael y gofal ar y dechrau a bod ni'n cael pethau'n iawn ar y dechrau wedi bod yn amcan o'r bwrdd iechyd yma ers gyfnod go hir. Wedi'n braf gweld bod y gwaith yna'n dal I fynd ati. Hefyd y ffocws ar tlodi wrth gwrs. hwnna'n rhywbeth da ni fel partneriaid yn gallu gweithio yma. Dydy'r un sefydliad ddim yn gallu gwneud y gwahaniaeth, rhaid ni gyd gweithio yma. Ond dim ond hefyd eisiau dweud, wrth gwrs, pan da ni'n edrych ar y asesiadau lles, mae'n bwysig fod ni'n edrych nid yn unig ar yr anghenion, bod ni hefyd yn edrych, wrth gwrs, be ydy'r cynnig, be sy'n cael ei darparu fel petai fel gwasanaethau, a hefyd be ydy'r gofyn. Mae'r tri'n dod at ei gilydd, mae'n bwysig iawn fod y gwaith yma yn dal i fynd. Wedyn, dim ond isio ategu be mae Chris wedi dweud, diolch i'r tîm a braf gweld y ffocws ar slodi, wedyn ni fod yn onast a trio helpu'r cymunedau yma a phobl yma'n arbennig, ond helpu teuluodd mor bwysig. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn iawn am y sylwadau gwerthfawr yna. Gareth, ti nesaf?
I think it's largely the same point. I mean, although obviously it's a very high level as you'd expect, I think it's well thought through, and I really like the fact that it's narrowed down the focus on three, admittedly large, but three areas. And I just thought it is worth commenting that I'm sure some people will look at something like this and say, but why aren't they talking about core health delivery and core education delivery? This is exactly what these plans should be doing, because it's focusing on things where you will achieve nothing except in partnership. So yeah, I absolutely echo that to Lisa's view that it's good work, and thank Chris and thank colleagues in Gwynedd and Ynys Môn. Thank you.
Gareth, Claire, nesaf?
Was it me first?
Yes.
David.
Yeah.
Really welcome the plan and obviously the priorities that are within it. It's a question about our legal responsibilities as a health board, really. So I don't understand fully, and maybe I should. Having agreed the plan or supported the plan today, because everybody knows I'm all about addressing health inequality. So I read this and it's like, it's music to my ears. What responsibility is on us once this plan is approved? Because of course we're a key member of the PSBs and the RPB to support the delivery of the objectives in here. I think you know where I'm getting to.
Yes.
So how will this in the future drive what we do in Ynys Môn and in Gwynedd to support delivery of these things? Or will it be something we've approved that it kind of goes in the book of all of the other partnership things we do? So I guess that's kind of a difficult question.
But that's a very good question, where we've been one of the key partners, as you say. This plan has been put together. Okay, so then the partners around the table have to deliver. So what bits are we responsible for delivering, and how will we know that we have delivered?
Yeah, and how will this shape our own plans and priorities?
Yeah. So Carol's going to answer that.
Very much. You're absolutely right. And of course, there is a legal responsibility for us to fulfill the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which is great. So we mentioned earlier about the annual plan. I don't want to reveal this annual plan, but how I'd like to approach annual planning is to draw in the key actions, not the whole plan, but the key actions that derive from partnership plans that we are responsible for taking forward. So I would anticipate there being a section that tries to articulate that, because these are quite high level, and just to say, fully support them, fantastic, but we've got to see them then come through. And whilst we are then looking at the annual plan, we'll be establishing our monitoring process for delivery. So that will be then very transparent to everyone.
Diolch yn iawn, a dwi'n cymryd yn ganiataol, oedd rhywun oedd yn gynnil o drai blynyddoedd yn ôl o'r gwasanaethau cyhoeddus, bydd y bwrdd yma yn monitro cynnydd ac yn holi beth sy'n digwydd ym mhob un maes, wrth gwrs, ar draws y meisydd sydd wedi adnabod. Reit, unrhyw gwestiwn arall? Os nad oes, ydy pawb yn hapus i gymeradwyo ysgolch yn dda, gymeradwyo bod ni'n derbyn y cynllun yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen felly i eitem 4.14 ar ein agenda nesaf, ac adroddiad perfformiad, a dwi am droi, dwi'n meddwl, at Steve am yr adroddiad yma, a wedyn byddai'n gofyn i gaderyddion pwyllgorau ysgynnw unrhyw beth i'ch gwynebu. Steve, I think it's yours.
It is, and Barbara passes on her apologies. She couldn't make it in the circumstances today, but I'm presenting it, so be kind to me, please. Yeah, so this is the same report that was presented at PFIG, so it's the month 12 report. Because the full report couldn't be done on month 1 in time. But we did manage to get April numbers in the dashboard, but with limited commentary on them, given the time scale. But you can see the April numbers, and there are some sort of questions, I think, about the April numbers. I think as a brief overview, Olivia did a really good overview of performance before. So mental health doing well, CAM's improving, maybe not all the way to the targets, but doing well. Unscheduled care deteriorated in March, and we had quite a discussion on that at PFIG, and we weren't sure to what we discussed some of the factors behind that. We weren't sure whether we would see a bit of improvement back in April, but we haven't. So you know, we had 2 good months in January and February, or better months, not on January and February, and then March was poorer, and April has been pretty much similar to March. So there's definitely an area subject, an area of discussion there, and you know, and planned care remains the issue that it is. I have to say there's an error in the April numbers. I wish it were true, but it refers to 36 with weights coming down to, no, not 36 weight, 52, I think it is, but a big reduction in weights to 36,000 is completely false, I'm afraid. It's some sort of typo. So the April number is very similar to the March number, so that is an error. We will we'll provide the accurate number.
Yes,
Chair, so apologies for that.
Okay, yes, that we get that corrected then in the minutes, which will be published. Gareth, did you want to comment at all?
I'm going to pick up the same point that Steve has about the fact that some of the things we thought they were specific in the department, particularly that we thought were specific to March, have continued. So we need to get a better handle on that. And the only other thing I wanted to say, I guess this is I may be treading on dangerous ground here, because I quite understand why it is a ministerial priority to cap the longest wait. And I think despite the error, we are obviously making progress on that. But I just have a little concern that if that becomes the sole focus, you're not necessarily prioritizing according to clinical need, because you're talking about such long periods. It may be that a year's wait for a person with one aspect of a condition. I mean, I'm not a clinician, obviously, but you know, it actually needs the intervention more than somebody who's waited longer, but where actually the deterioration is sort of very. So I know that's an invidious thing, but it just worries me. And as I said, coming as I do from a fairly political background, I completely understand, and it is unacceptable. People should be waiting these sorts of lengths, but I just like a little bit of a reassurance on the clinical prioritization as well.
But that's a very good question, and in every meeting attend with the minister has a really strong focus on this. She also recognised clinical need. I think that's fair to say. She understands the complexity, and it's not all about those that have waited the longest and so on. But that clarity, I think, is important. So I'm going to turn to Nick for some information, please.
Thank you, David. Something which I think is constantly examined, re-examined and debated, probably the hottest topic on the Medical Directors Forum, both nationally and within Wales, but also in the UK, as we try to do the right thing. I think there's considerable evidence that those patients waiting long periods of time do deteriorate, particularly in some specialties. So therefore, I do believe it's really hard, but I do believe it is the right thing to do it on the basis of length of wait. There is, of course, a safety net within that, but unfortunately, it puts a burden on primary care colleagues and on our administrative system, so that if people's condition deteriorates, we are informed. I do have a worry sometimes that means that those who speak loudest are highlighted, and some people who are perhaps more reticent to come forward are perhaps not always recognised. So I think whichever way we do it, there would be some of our most vulnerable individuals who perhaps we're not highlighting and treating as we should. But in terms of managing the overall risk, I do think clinically it's the right thing to do.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn?
Olivia, I think was.
Olivia, on behalf of government.
I think it's better, our priority should be cancers first. Urgent, so urgent referrals second. And then in terms of your routine, it's the longest waiters that are brought forward. So the priority is always cancer and urgent referrals. And then you start from the bulk of what's left, your capacity, then you treat your longest waiters from that cohort.
Diolch yn iawn. Thank you for reminding us of that. Rwy'n arall, Claire?
Diolch. The report refers again to one of the biggest challenges being people stuck in hospital who could be at home. And that obviously has an impact on the front end, clearly. And the numbers have stayed really static, haven't they, for the last year? We just don't seem to have been able to start to make some really big inroads to that. So I think the report does refer to, or I've certainly read it in the paper somewhere, about a workshop, start to look at some alternative solutions. I tend to feel that we're not taking enough of a risk-based approach around that. And I think there are some solutions out there that could make quite a significant inroad to that, and that could help to free up. So I really would welcome us holding a workshop around that. And again, I guess to build on the report we talked about in terms of long COVID and the benefit of having a more multidisciplinary approach sometimes, and not looking at something through our traditional lens is, I think, what's needed for this. So really welcome us doing something.
Yeah, I think that's a point.
Like transformational around it, and I think there are solutions out there that we could.
It's a point really well made, an opportunity for us to get together to discover different approaches. We know that to have an impact and to help people's journey through the health system, we've got to do something different. Numbers are increasing coming through the front door, as it were, and we know about capacity in the community is really challenging. So we're at that place, we really need to have a good think about the way forward, and maybe we could get together in a workshop environment to get some ideas and some actions. So thanks for raising that. Unrhyw arall, unrhyw civil, sorry, I didn't see you there, Leslie.
It's really great to hear the positive figures around mental health. But I'd really just like some further information on the numbers of people waiting for the assessments, the therapeutic interventions and the psychological services. Given that these people, and we've talked about it with other weights, impact on other parts of the service when they're not getting that intervention. So it'd just be really good to understand the numbers. So when we're at 91%, what is that 10% that are waiting, and have we got a plan to work with them?
Diolch yn iawn. I don't know, Steve, whilst you're looking for some figures, or Teresa can respond also.
Os na I ddechrau.
Diolch.
Diolch Leslie am y cwestiwn, a chwarae teg I Leslie, mae wedi gadael wybod o flaen llaw, fel bod fi'n gallu tryrchu rhywfaint o'r ffigyrau. Wedyn, o ran oedolion, ar hyn o bryd am mis Mawrth, mi o gynnon ni 1,481 y disgwyl, am asesiad fel rhan o 1A. Ydych chi'n di gweld y gwaith yna yn y gwaith papur, a da ni wedi trafod o'r blaen. O'r rheini, mae 847 ohonyn nhw o dan 28 diwrnod neu ddim. Wedyn mae'r gweddill yn y cyfnod hirach. Ond mae yna waith da'n digwydd, mae gynnon ni erbyn hyn grŵp newydd wedi cael ei sefydlu I wneud yn siŵr bod ni'n targedu hyn. Fe rhaid mi droi at y nodiadau fi'r cadeirydd. Grŵp trawsnewid, llwybra gofal, gwasanaethau cymunedol ydy'r grŵp sy'n dod at ei gilydd I sbio ar hwn. A mae o dan arweiniad Dr Anita Pierce sydd yn un o'n arweinwyr clinigol ni. Mae hi wedi dod â grŵp at ei gilydd I edrych ar y ffigyrau yma a'r gweddill y ffigyrau o ran oedolion yn y system iechyd meddwl I wneud yn siŵr fod y gwasanaethau yn ei lle. Ond y nod ydy defnyddio'r wybodaeth gorau sgynnon ni'n y tîm, oherwydd mae yna rei o'r tîmau wneud yn well na'r lleill, wrth gwrs mae yna wahaniaeth ar draws Gogledd Cymru. A be da ni'n trio wneud ydy dod â cysondeb i'r llwybra gofal, fel bod ni'n defnyddio'r gwaith gorau. Cyn I mi sôn chydig bach mwy wrach am y grŵp, os dwi'n edrych wedyn ar y ffigyrau ar gyfer ymyrraeth, wedyn rhan 1B, da chi'n gweld yn eich gwaith papur, mae gynnon ni fanna 609 yn aros am ymyrraeth y mis Mawrth. o'r rheini mi oedd jyst dros 200 yn aros llai na 28 diwrnod. Os dwi'n edrych wedyn ar therapiau oedolion seicolegol, mi o gynnon ni fanna 89 o bobl yn aros dros y cyfnod, ond oedd y mwyafrif o heine o dan 26 wythnos oedd 82 wedyn, mymryn bach oedd drosodd gynnon ni. Ond dwi yn teimlo fod y grŵp yn gwneud cynnydd, maen nhw yn dod ar staff at ei gilydd, ond wrth gwrs, da ni wedi trafod y fan hyn, dwi'n meddwl mis dwytha, eisiau cofio lle oedden ni. Da ni wedi trafod 111 seren 2, 111 press 2 oedd Olivia'n sôn am. Ac wrth gwrs, da ni'n gobeithio fydd rhywfaint o'r gwaith yna yn helpu ni. Gath hwnna i sefydlu 24 awr, 7 diwrnod yr wythnos y mis Mawrth, llwyddiannus iawn. Wrth gwrs, da ni'n gobeithio fydd hynna'n helpu ni hefo'r ffigyra'n symud ymlaen. Mae yna llawer fwy o wybodaeth allai rhoi os di'n helpu, ond wrach na i adael i fanna.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn. A fydd yn ddiddorol ni weld a effaith mae'r gwasanaeth newydd yn cael ar y rhestru. Ac yn ddifyr gweld y profiad yna cael ei adrodd i'r Pwyllgor Perthnasol. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall efo cwestiwn neu sylw? Os nad oes, yna y cais ydy i ni nodi'r cynnwys yr adroddiad a chadarnhau y gweithredu gan gynnwys yn atodiad 1. Ydy pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny, sgwch hwnna? Iep. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf. Ag adran diogelwch ac ansawdd claf adroddiad gan y cyfarwyddwr gweithredol ar hwn, ysgolwch yn dda, ac os dwi'n cofyn iawn, eitem 4.15, dwi'n troi at Angela o bosib? Ydw. Diolch yn iawn, Angela.
Diolch. I'm taking the paper as read, but just to give you some key points, you'll note that the overall rate of national reported incidents remains fairly constant. We had 25 last in February and March, and the others were related to incidents that happened previously but were brought forward into those months. The main themes remain falls, health-acquired pressure ulcers, and the recognition and action on deteriorating patients. Improvement work for these is progressing with senior clinical staff leading, and I'm just about to deploy one of my teams from the corporate nursing team to support at the bedside to enable staff to be supported to identify proper risk assessments, identify learning at the bedside, and to do assessments of care delivery. So we're hoping that will see a reduction in those areas going forward. The rate of surgical safety NRIs, especially never events, has reduced, and you'll note that we did identify one never event for the period, but it's actually been downgraded now by Welsh Government, so we don't have a never event in that period. And we'll notice a reduction from 12 last year to 6. So the year before to 6 at the end of the last financial year, which is really good progress. We did a lot of work around surgical safety, around theatre safety, and that's obviously given us some really good results, and we'll hope to maintain and continue with that reduction. The number of overdue incident investigations is above our expectations. We're obviously continuing to reduce as much as possible, and we did identify in the paper that there were 38 overdue. I'm pleased to say as from today there are 28 overdue, so we are seeing that reduction, and I think this is in due to the fact we've actually reviewed and restructured the quality team. So one of my executive directors of nursing deputies looks after patient experience now, one looks after patient safety, and Matt, who's with us today, is looking at the governance and HIW and ombudsman, etc. So there's a clear support around the different teams, and we're working to support them to enable them to review the systems and processes to make things much more efficient as we go forward. You'll note that one of the overdue safety alerts is in the paper. I'm pleased to say that is now closed, so we have no overdue safety alerts at the moment. And the number of overdue complaints, again, is unacceptably high, as we identify in the paper. But you will note that from August, when I came into post, we had 433 overdue complaints. I can actually tell you today we have 250. So we've got, marked improvement there. There's still a lot to do. But as I say, the restructuring of the teams should allow us to take that forward. They have a meeting, my deputies have a meeting with the IHCs on a Wednesday morning to go through the incidents and complaints that are overdue so that we can offer them support, and we've got that trajectory of improvement going forward. Obviously there's a lot to work around patient safety, quality and experience and effectiveness. We have the Quality, Safety and Experience Committee which met last week, and we looked at these areas in a lot more detail.
Rwy'n arall sy'n gwneud sylw, cwestiwn, unrhyw sylw, unrhyw un, mae'n dod â'r Blair I mewn felly wedyn, ia.
I guess one of the things that we don't really talk about much is that some of the complaints and issues are about staff attitude and staff behaviours and staff communications. So I guess it's really a question less about, which you'll know I've raised a few things how fast we respond to complaints, but actually the organisational learning that we're putting in place to improve the service that our residents receive, which will ultimately in the end reduce complaints, and we'll kind of get over that hill. So it was just to check back with you really that the focus isn't just on getting a nice response done in time, it's about the learning and the change that we bring about as a result of complaints.
And so, yeah, all the best organisations take complaints, they don't call them complaints actually, it's a resource to help improve the organisation. So, but yeah, Angela, sorry, you want to respond to that?
No problem, thank you. I agree completely. We need to learn from the complaints, the incidents and the feedback that we get generally, positive, negative, as we go forward. Recently, in recent months, we've identified that we need to look at what's coming in the week before rather than it being a 3 weeks ahead, that we've actually looked at what's happening. So we have a harm-free care meeting on a Monday where the teams join us to talk through what incidents have come in, what complaints have come in the week before, and to identify if there's anything there that we need to address immediately, whether there's any safeguarding concerns, infection control or attitude and behaviours, and speak to the teams. We've also established an organisation learning forum, which I think I mentioned a few months ago we were looking at starting, and that has got really good impetus now, and people are looking at what the themes of those incidents are, what the complaints are, what mortality reviews are showing us, ombudsmans, etc., so that we can actually triangulate, and the teams are working really well together to share that learning. We're developing a database to enable us to capture that information and share it across the board. We're also looking at safety bulletins that are going out, 5 in 5, which is 5 points of information in 5 minutes, so that it's not overly tedious for people to read. We're looking at different ways of the media to provide that, whether it be through the intranet on an intranet page, or whether it's through briefings, safety briefings, or posters that are put on the walls in the wards and departments so that staff can access them more readily. So we are trying to make sure that that is the focus. I've restructured my team since I started, and I've now got a director of nursing for quality assurance and learning, and we have a learning coordinator who works in Matt's team, who are pulling that information together and leading. But we've had some real good engagement from medical staff, from AHPs, from nursing and from admin staff to want to take this forward, and I think we've got the shoots coming through of that being cascaded across the organisation.
Just, I think virtually anything I was going to say has now been covered. But just to say, yes, this did come to committee.
Yes.
And I think I'm now beginning to get a sense of, so what is the data really telling us, and what are we really doing about it? So thank you for the explanation. Yes.
Diolch yn iawn, ac bydd gwaith y pwyllgor yn bwysig iawn o ran monitro beth sy'n digwydd a pa weithredu sydd wrth fynd ymlaen, a monitro cynnydd yn rhai o'r meysydd yna. Felly diolch am wneud y gwaith yna. Unrhyw un arall? Any further question or comment, please? Os nad oes, ydyn ni'n hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad gan ddiolch am y gwaith gan y tîm sy'n wedi rhoi adroddiad yna at ei gilydd. Pawb yn hapus? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf. Felly eitem 4.16. Adroddiad gyda ni, a os dwi'n iawn, dwi am droi at Nick I gyflwyno, os gwelwch yn dda.
Diolch, thank you, Chair. And I will, if I may, bring in a colleague to present some of the detail of the report. But if I may briefly introduce it. I think as a board, we have been rightly focused on vascular services for some time. But we've already heard today how we are now bringing the scrutiny around the quality, the safety, the patient experience, and crucially, the sustainability of the vascular services under the special measures umbrella. And we welcome also the assurance work that Olivia described earlier on in this meeting. The focus perhaps of today's paper, Chair, is around the vascular quality panel, which was an outstanding action to bring this back when it was published in order to update board on its findings and the consequences and next steps. Colleagues will remember that this was an externally chaired panel commissioned by the Health Board in response to a recommendation by the Royal College of Surgeons of England and a very detailed review of about 44 cases chaired by Susan Aikenhead, who has a great deal of experience in this area. I've been privileged but had the heart-rending experience of talking to some of the families affected. I would want to apologise again and acknowledge the experience that some families, carers have experienced and indeed have lost loved ones. And we would acknowledge our responsibility in that place. As part of the process, we were made aware that perhaps we should have informed His Majesty's Coroner previously of circumstances surrounding 4 deaths that took place, some of them relating to care provided some time ago, but nonetheless, there was a statutory requirement to inform the coroner, which is something that we have now done. And of course, there's been a great deal of scrutiny of that, including in the media. Again, my heart would go out to the families of those 4 individuals where much of the pain and heartache associated with the loss of their loved ones has surfaced again. A lot of work has already taken place and indeed took place during while the panel was sitting. Perhaps if it's okay, Chair, I could hand over to Dr. Tom Davis, who's now close to much of the improvement work to provide just some key highlights.
Professor Tom.
Yeah. Tom Davis Tweet. Good afternoon. Tom Davis, the interim IHC medical director in the centre. Developing my Welsh speaking. Thank you, Nick. And I think, as I did before, I just want to recognise 2 groups involved very much in vascular. One is our patients and their families, and Nick's updated the board on the coroner process, but there are many other patients that are affected by historical impact of the vascular service, but also I'm pleased to say more so now, patients getting a more positive experience as they come through our vascular service. But also to recognise that the operational teams, our consultant group in particular, have been under extreme focus of a number of different processes, and that is ongoing. And so, we continue to provide support for them, but recognise that they are under significant personal scrutiny through those processes. I wanted to just highlight 3 areas that we've made significant improvements in, and that's clearly going to impact on patient safety in a positive way, and then 3 areas where we're continuing to focus. So medical staffing was a big area highlighted by the vascular panel report. Pleased to say that we made a new appointment and final appointment to become fully established as a consultant group in the last few weeks, with that consultant due to join us in the next couple of months. Alongside this, we've established a fully staffed and robust middle grade rota to support our consultants as they provide the hub and spoke model across the 3 sites. dual consultants working in the major aortic procedures in hours has been another significant change and improvement for the health board. Whilst we started with an out of hours capacity to do this, it's not reflective of practice across the UK, nor does it make a significant difference to our patients overnight where the risk isn't held. So consultants are now dual operating in hours and supported by middle grade doctors in the out of hours period. And then finally, multidisciplinary team working was an area significantly highlighted by the panel. We've got internal improvements where our consultants are working very much more closely together as a multidisciplinary team with their allied health professionals internally, not just within vascular internally, but with our other specialties such as diabetes for diabetic foot multidisciplinary team meetings, but also then with our external partners in Stoke, where we have major aortic multidisciplinary team meetings on a regular basis. So 3 areas where we have made significant improvements as a health board and are monitoring and sustaining those to ensure that they are delivering what we believe they are in improved safety measures for our patients. And then if I may, 3 areas that we're focusing. Nick's mentioned vascular remains very much a focus of special measures, and we will endeavour to bring the vascular improvement work into that process. But that doesn't, as an IHC team, take our focus off of the vascular work. We will continue with the vascular improvement programme and the group that supports that, but we've also set up an operational group to bring a specific focus to the vascular operational delivery within both the central hub, but also supporting the 2 peripheral sites, and working very much closely with Olivia and her team, looking at KPIs, so performance indicators that will help us operationally understand how we're delivering the service effectively and efficiently to our patients. So not just outcome based, but activity based, so that we understand weights, numbers, and the efficiencies that we're trying to implement are actually being effective for our patients. And then finally, the paper will detail some further developments within pathways, and obviously ongoing work to both deliver those pathways into the service, but then also embed and monitor their progress and their impact, hopefully in a positive way, on our patients. I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y adroddiad yna. Cyn wahodd unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau, neu ddod y Carol I mewn I ddweud gair hefyd. Carol?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to Nick and thanks Tom. As I said earlier in the meeting, I think I've been here about 3 weeks, so I have been trying to get abreast of the history around the vascular services, and where we are now, and then where we're going. So I think there's still a little bit of assurance work for us to have in terms of where we are now. I really appreciated the report coming through at this stage, and it's fantastic that we've got fully established in that medical staffing. That is absolutely key. I also wanted to comment how positive it is to be working in networks. These are now common practice for increasing both the confidence but the competence of teams. And so thanks to colleagues in Stoke, I think you said, who have been working with us on that. I mentioned earlier the annual plan, and the reason the focus has been on the annual plan, of course, is that we're not in a position to submit an integrated medium-term plan, an IMTP, but it is going to be very clear that vascular remains a really key priority in the annual plan. The paper identifies the additional resources that have been identified, and that is confirmed now going forward. So we've had a discussion about the challenging financial position, but I think it's important to say that vascular retains that investment as we go through. We have had a healthcare inspectorate Wales review a few months back, and we're anticipating that report coming through. That will be very important for us as a board. but for the clinical team and importantly for the public and those families you talk about, Nick, to see that outside view of the progress that's being made. I wouldn't want us to always be marking our own homework. So having colleagues come in on that. But I know this has been both, under huge scrutiny, and that is challenging when you're trying to recruit. So I think the scrutiny, but still being able to recruit and move forward, I think is a really positive thing. And we'll come back to it, I'm sure, in the coming months as we start to look forward. So thank you very much, Tom. Thank you.
Carol, unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw pellach? Os nad oes yna pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, gan ddiolch i'r tîm am y gwaith a gan edrych ymlaen at gwaith pellach fel sydd wedi cael ei nodi gan Carol. Pawb yn hapus? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, sef arolwg staff. A dwi'n meddwl dwi am troi at Nick yn absenoldeb Jason eto i gyflwyno ac yna cyfle i ni holi neu wneud unrhyw sylwadau. Nick, sgwch yna.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. So the paper is here for notes, so I presume that people have read it, so I won't go through it in detail. I think some of the key points kind of data from when the paper is produced. The staff survey now will take place in September of 23, not August. Some feedback on that, I think, was raised prior to the meeting, but also I think nationally around that kind of August not being the best month to carry out a staff survey, with holidays and things like. So that's been moved. I think the biggest thing around this staff survey is that it's been developed on that collaborative basis, which we've touched on a number of times, and touched on in the report, which involves kind of trade unions, staff, partnership groups and so on at a national level. It is a national survey. It's done by HEIW. I think there's an element in there I think doesn't quite come across in the report around the opportunity to localize this, because obviously nationally it covers a national theme, but there is an element to localize, and there is a piece of work that we're focusing on locally to bring in quarterly independent staff surveys, which we'll run short, called pulse surveys. I think they're more common in England in the NHS, but we're looking to bring those in here, given where we are. They will fit into that kind of quarterly, that 90-day cycle, support the special measures work that we're doing. And one of the big key things around the report is looking at that kind of staff engagement in terms of access to this type of report. We know that the way these are done now is digitally, in terms of, and so if you're sat in, we're all here today, sat in front of laptops, that's great, or you work predominantly on that, but there's a lot of staff who don't have that, so there'll be a big emphasis when we implement the national staff survey, but also our local pulse surveys, to get a wider access there for non-digital staff who kind of are not in that regular access. We'll try widen that digital access across staff groups, porters, cleaners, those areas, but also into our community locations as well. Because traditionally a lot of this is done around secondary care and that acute kind of to go to the hospital there. We'll look to kind of, or we are actively looking to do that. I think some of the things that we're focused on, and I think that's why the appendix is really interesting to look at. You've had a chance to do that. I know it's quite a lot, but it gives the background to where this is coming from that compassionate leadership place. It's had a really active involvement from Michael West, who's, for those who know him, doing a lot of work nationally across NHS Wales and as an expert in this field. And I think that's key to understand. I think really from there, then it's really that kind of key points around that advocacy, that engagement and that motivation of staff, because they're key things that we need to look at as an organisation. I touched on before around getting our staff and responding to this as well. And I think one of the key elements, and that's kind of the engagement piece, not just about giving people access to it, but when people feed into it and take the time to do that, actively then being able to put that feedback loop in to let them know, well, this is what we're doing, this is how it sits, and this is what it made. Does it feel like what you've said is being actioned and moved forward on? So it's to bring it to life really, rather than make it into just a statistical exercise, which again happens sometimes. But I think where we are now as an organisation, this will be a key piece of being able to get some of that feedback for staff and to be able to get that feel of kind of whether they're feeling the difference that we all want to see and and there as well, and built into the work that both Carol and Doug have done around getting out into the organisation and kind of that litmus test. This will give us more analytical way of kind of evidencing some of that through that, but that's where we're looking to work through towards at the moment.
Diolch yn iawn, Nick. Just gweld os oes rhywun arall eisiau dod mewn. Jane.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a really important piece of work. I guess in terms of it's been a national survey, but then a local area as well. How much granulation have we got to look at, the responses across different areas, different staff?
So yeah, so in terms of it, obviously the national survey is still being developed, but one of why it's taken so long to obtain paper, the last one was 2020, because last time when it was done, the service provider didn't have the opportunity to do that granulation analysis and understanding. There's been a heavy element of that's on this one for the provider this time to be able to give that level of assurance that the granulation and the cut of the data can be actually looked at in that level of granulation. So that's a key part of this. Within the local pulse elements, again, that will be critical. But yes, it will be a lot better than it's been previously. If anybody's seen previous staff surveys, it's really, and that's one of the big emphasis on this. Not just the inputs, it's the outputs as well, and then being able to intelligently understand those outputs and then do something about it and respond to that. So it's a heavy part of it at the moment. That's part of the reason why it's taken a while, I think, at the national level to procure the system. They've gone through a number of iterations of making sure that the outputs are good enough to be able to do something with properly.
Diolch yn iawn. Helen, nesa, wedyn Gareth.
Diolch, Chair. The importance of listening to and that feedback loop of what staff are saying and how we're acting on it is a fundamental part of discussions that we've started to have with our independent advisor, Kath Broderick. The work that she's doing is exploring engagement in its widest sense with the health board and how we can make improvements. We're working very closely together across the workforce engagement teams and also indeed with Angela's team to see where that can be joined up much more. So expect some developments in this area, I think, and some exploration around how we can improve what we're already doing.
Diolch yn iawn, Helen, and those developments will be very welcome. Actually, so Gareth?
Yeah, and just to say, as a bit of a social research nerd, I would very strongly welcome this. I think being serious, particularly given our concerns about working culture and behaviours, obviously we need to get a handle on that. And I know the audit committee, I was saying this with Karen, so not able to be here today, it was raised as one of the things from the audit reports that we haven't looked at a comprehensive staff survey for some time. So, it's a great opportunity that it's being done. And I think it is good it's being done Wales-wide, actually, because as long as you can cut the data, you've got lots of things to compare it to. I just really had a question that, and perhaps I'm jumping the gun, but from my experience in social research, you often need to complement quantitative work with qualitative follow-up. And while we can do a lot internally, and indeed you're doing a lot of listening, but having independent people coming in and exploring, getting beneath some of the issues, when we see where there are particular problems and issues, I think we should definitely consider that. In the overall scheme of things, it doesn't need to be vastly expensive, but I think it could. Let's see what the results are, but I'd just like to put a marker that I think we should be considering that as well.
No, I think that's an important point. I don't know if Helen or Nick have something to say about that in terms of developing, first of all, tailoring something, capturing the all Wales, but also on our own health board footprint as well, and being able to have that independent outlook. Because people we know will share their stories and their experiences with independent people, probably far more at the moment than internally.
So I think, that is certainly the direction of travel in terms of the wider piece of work that Jason and the team and obviously with Carol's support and Helen's support kind of take that forward, because the quality element is really important. And we've done some of that in the past, an organisation, but it's not been embedded, and that's really where we're heading for now. It's not just about the numbers, it's about giving people a voice as well, which is kind of what you're talking about.
Thanks.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, I gloi y drafodaeth yma. Over to you, Carol.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm really pleased this is here on my first meeting because I'm with Gareth. I'm a bit of a nerd on this. You know, for me, as you know, a chief exec and accountable officer, this is probably one of the standout measures for us as an organisation. We know the evidence base says that the more engaged your staff are, our colleagues and ourselves are in our organisation, the higher the quality of care, and that's what we're here for. So I did take an opportunity to look at the numbers on the staff surveys from the last few years, and to say that our performance as a health board in this staff engagement score is about 5 percentage points below the best performing health board. So I think we've got a lot of room for improvement. My general practice is to actually go through the detail of the reports that we get behind it. So we will have a very rich source of intelligence there. Gareth, your point is absolutely right. That comes in numbers and there's some narrative with it, but it helps us to go to the places we need to be most to support those teams and those colleagues. So I would envisage this to be one of the most fundamental parts of our work as a board going forward, and it completely connects. Go back to the beginning of the meeting where we were talking about the special measures plan and culture and all of that. So, you know, I'll do my very best to support this. Nick has said exactly the right thing that I would have picked up otherwise, which is this isn't just about those who are digitally connected, but there'll be many people, and we want to hear those voices. So we'll be as flexible as we can to include as many people as possible. And I'll be trying to champion in the uptake, because the uptake in surveys is an important marker in and of itself. So thank you. Get a bit excited about the staff survey.
Well, it's important, and it's not an end in itself. It's a resource to help us on our improvement journey, and the engagement we have with staff across the organisation, geographically and in their workplace, is absolutely vital. You know, there are people working as we speak on the front line who have experience that is really rich, that can help inform us and help us shape and improve services for the future. So we want to have that continuous dialogue, actually, but we can capture some of it in a sort of official survey as well. Diolch yn iawn I bawb am y gwaith yna. Os nad oes rhagor o gwestiynau, ydyn ni pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Nawn ni, os ydy pawb yn hapus I gymryd toriad am chydig o ginio rwan. Mae'n 20 munud I 1, byddwn ni'n ail gychwyn am 1:15 wedi 1 ar y dot. Anelwch am 10 munud wedi 1, os gwelwch yn dda. Wedyn byddwn ni yn ail gychwyn 1:15 wedi. Chair, can I? Bill?
Yes, so lunch will be ready in 5 minutes. So the timescale is still okay, but the food will be served up in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to continue for 5 minutes to the next item? Is there? Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. Okay, we'll press on and the next item we have then is item let me see 4.18, update of register of approved clinicians and section 12 doctors, and I'm turning to Nick as executive medical director for this report, please. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Chair. I would anticipate this is a relatively brief item, and I hope the paper is self-explanatory. This is the formal ratification that the board is required to give to the approvals that I have already made since the last board meeting in relation to approved doctors under the Mental Health Act and Section 12.2 doctors under the Mental Health Act. Colleagues will remember that this is a function that we carry out for all the health boards in Wales to ensure consistency of decision making. We may also recall that at the last meeting we agreed a streamlined but still within the directions and legislation that I would make the approvals between board meetings in order that there was no delay in terms of doctors being able to exercise their functions. Happy to take any questions, Chair, but I hope it's self-explanatory.
Diolch yn iawn. Bill, you wanted to say something?
Diolch, Nick. I welcome this report because there's as well as being a more effective and efficient process, Nick, this bringing it to the board allows for that transparency, which Welsh Government colleagues were looking for in terms of good governance as well. So I think we've got the loop on that. So thank you very much for what you've done on it.
Iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Unrhyw gwestiwn, any further comment or question? Os ddim, dyn ni'n hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad, ysgolch yn dda. Pawb yn hapus? Iep, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ac fe nawn ni dorri am ginio rwan a dod yn ôl yn elwch am 10 munud wedi un. Byddwn ni'n ail gychwyn am chwarter wedi ar y dot. Ysgolch yn dda cyfle I chi cael toriad am ryw hanner awr. Diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb. People in, they'll be ready to start. It'd be good. Thank you very much. The next item is going to be, when we do restart, is the nurse staffing levels annual report. So I think that's yours, isn't it? Whose is that? It's Angela, sorry. Yeah. We'll just try and get some more bodies in the room.
Okay.
First, including cleaners, but not yet. We haven't started yet. No. Is there anybody else up? Yes, there's one or two people still up there. Gareth is still up there. I can hear his voice. Should I give us a shout? No. It's tempting.
Diane, would you mind just chasing through anybody that's remaining?
Are they on the way?
Oh, they're right, yeah.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Great. Everybody. Iawn, diolch. Nawr da, unwaith eto, chroeso nôl i'n cyfarfod ni o fwrdd pnawn 'ma. Dan ni'n ailgychwyn gydag eitem 4.2 dim ar ein agenda, lefelau staffio ar adroddiad sicrwydd. A dwi am droi at Angela, dwi'n meddwl i gyflwyno'r adroddiad yma, os gwelwch yn dda.
Diolch, Chair. So colleagues will receive the Nurse Staffing Act report. We're expected to calculate and take all reasonable steps to ensure that we've got nurse staffing levels in acute medical, surgical and paediatric inpatient wards. This paper introduces the annual assurance report for the period, and you'll note that the All Wales Nurse Staffing Group has produced the standard template which we've used today to give you that information. I acknowledge it is quite in-depth and quite confusing at times, so I will try to give an overview. Just to note that at the Quality, Safety and Experience meeting last week, we did have a presentation which gave an overview of where we were from the assessments. So I joined the organisation in August 2022 and undertook my first Nurse Staffing Act assessment in the November of that year, identifying to colleagues that we had to do some work in the background around finance and HR for the rosters to be reflective and for the finances to be supportive of the staffing that was required. I've worked really closely with Steve and with Nick around making sure that that is happening and going forward. So there was originally a gap between what establishment we identified as part of the Nurse Staffing Act and the core staffing that was within the rosters and on the wards, but that is being addressed and will be rectified within the June updating of the rosters and review. You'll note that in the information that there are identification of when staffing has been appropriate, when it's not been appropriate, when the percentages across, and you'll also note that there's been a difference between 21-22 and 22-23 on the compliance of the rosters and the fact that we're actually closing those rosters and we have those rosters in a better position. It does identify in some areas that there are up to 40% of shifts that don't comply. And that is, it might be because we haven't got the skill mix that we would require. Maybe we've moved some healthcare support workers into the workforce to give us the numbers, but that isn't a registrant. It might be that we've got one registrant or one healthcare support worker short. So we do have that detail, and what we do on a daily basis as a health board across all of our clinical areas is we undertake a risk assessment to identify whether the staffing is appropriate for that cohort of patients. The acuity may be lower on one ward than it is on another, so we would move a member of staff from one ward to another. That we may have closed beds because of infection control that might require us to have less staffing on that ward. So that is a dynamic assessment that's done on a shift by shift basis, and it's escalated through to the senior nursing team. And as on call, we will get that assessment as well for what is happening throughout the days and making sure that the staffing is actually safe. There was a question that was posed to me about how we compare to other health boards, and that's very difficult because there's not been that necessarily that information published as yet. We have got some limited information, and we are actually about mid around the data completeness this year compared to last year, which was only 37%. Last year, it's now 86%. And there's differences, but we have got to recognise the services are different. We have a different layout of beds in certain areas. We also have a number of community hospitals, and that staffing will be different. So making it as a wide across the board, that is really difficult for us to compare. I'd much prefer to us compare year on year how we're doing, and then make sure we're making those improvements and the changes. So the ACT ward is one's covered by 25B of the Act, and that's very clearly laid out around how we do those assessments. We also use professional judgment and looking at harms to make sure that we can triangulate what is happening. So it isn't just a blunt tool looking at we need this many nurses for this many beds. It's about geography, it's around acuity of patients, it's around the amount of harm, the frailty of the patients, and professional judgment, because the nurses and senior nurses, matrons and heads of nursing working in those areas know what their wards are about and how they need to be supported. So we undertake that assessment, and then since I've come into the organisation, we now put a check and challenge meeting in as well. So my team will work with the wards and departments to identify what staff we feel they need and what harms, etc., have occurred for the previous month. And then I will come and meet with finance and HR and do a check and challenge to ask whether those staffing levels are appropriate, whether I feel that they are more than they actually need from my experience and talking to my senior team, or whether I feel they actually need more because of the harms that they've had or things that have been happening. So that is a process that we brought in. We've had that 2 times now, and that has been really recognised as being supportive. And it also enables me then to talk to HR and finance colleagues around the reasoning behind, rather than it being that I just want more nurses. They've actually been in the meetings and enabled us to have that conversation. We are still working on processes. So Safe Care is a system where we can look at what nurse staffing we have across the organisation compared to acuity. And I'll admit it's been a slow start getting that in place, but that has been the same across the UK. And we're working on that at the moment to make sure staff are appropriately trained and they're utilising it as the norm as they get more involved in the digital footprint of what they're doing. So we've got the Welsh Nurse Care Record, which we're utilising so that once they get used to that, they'll be able to utilise Safe Care very effectively. I think we have had an increase of nurse staffing in recent years, driven sometimes by the Act, but other times by the acuity of the patients that we're actually seeing. We have seen increasing requirements during COVID, and obviously because we review every 6 months, we will be able to review that going forward to see if that is still what we need or whether we need to do something different. We have had moves of wards that have been entirely COVID wards. We have had escalations because we've got pressures on beds. So I'm doing a piece of work at the moment with Steve around unfunded beds. So beds that have been opened because we have got the pressure, whether we need to allocate and establish them permanently, and then we wouldn't then have the pressures of moving staff around the organisation. So I'm happy to take questions, but hopefully I might have answered some of the ones that had come to me because it was a bit confusing when it was published.
Diolch yn iawn. Angela, rhywun am ychwanegu cyn I mi droi at gwestiynau neu sylwadau. O'n I droi yn y drefn yma. Gareth, Rhian, Claire. Gareth.
Me first? Yeah.
Certainly.
Well, I know Angela was looking at me because she knew that some of the questions came from me, but that was really helpful. And I think you covered the ground admirably. I think my main concern, you've addressed really, which was the obvious gap between what was being assessed as what the nursing we needed and what we were actually had in the establishment, which actually then, to my mind, as I said earlier, can drive the behaviour of hand-to-mouth solutions, which cost more and which push up the agency. I'm still getting used to the health environment where you could have statutory requirements that are not met and people don't seem to be. I'm not looking at you, Angela, because I think you're not bothered. I'm sure you are. But, you know, I'm thinking about the IMTP. You know, you've got a statutory to produce an IMTP. Well, nobody does it, and you know, so. But it's obviously, I think you're right. The important thing is to look at the trends. But you know, obviously, this is still a work in progress. But I did think the written report was really useful.
Yeah.
But the clarifications that you made for me have been very helpful. So thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Trian?
Yeah, I think Gareth has taken most of the things I was going to say. Just to say, this did come to committee, and the sort of things we were asking, apart from, you know, it's a statutory duty to report, but is it a statutory duty to actually have that as your establishment, which possibly is not quite the case. And then another question was that if this is what you should get and you haven't, were you worried at all about safety? And of course you deal with the incidence of falls, ulcers, complaints come into this, and there's overlap, of course, with the performance report for the other committee. So no, I'm quite happy with the way this is produced. It's very helpful, and I think it does give me a feeling of how dynamic it all is. That you have to be constantly juggling, you know, in order to meet the needs at that particular time. So thank you.
Thanks.
Claire?
Diolch. I was going to cover some of the same ground, but I won't, so you'll be pleased to hear. It was just a specific question. You said in the paper, Angela, that in terms of retention and recruitment, that there is fragility, I think are your words, in specific services. So I guess it's a question about, I suppose, less for my knowledge about what they are, but actually what are we doing about that? If it is quite specific to some services, does it link back to our plans around recruitment and retention, development of future workforce? Just would be good to know.
Yeah, so there are certain services that are fragile that we're working with to support. So I and my team are having meetings with ward managers and with department managers to talk to them about how we can support and how we can help. When we streamline our newly qualifieds, we are offering them those services, but making sure we've got a package of support around them so that we're not just putting newly qualifieds into an area that is vulnerable. The same with international recruitment. It would be very easy for us to bring hundreds of nurses into the organisation and then lose them very quickly, because we haven't supported them, because we don't have the number of staff to be able to wrap around them. So we do look at those services and identify which are fragile. We have the ward accreditation process that gives us indications around harms and culture and things like that, that we can identify where we need to be looking at. And we talk about that at our directors of nursing meeting, and a senior nursing team meeting on a Monday morning. So we do that targeted intervention, if you like, into those areas. Obviously, depending on where we work within the organisation as well, Ysbyty Gwynedd obviously is quite isolated compared to recruiting from other areas. So we do have some specific work that's going on there around recruitment, and I'm really pleased. I did the update of the Ysbyty Gwynedd review last week and identified that we've had a reduction in vacancies and a reduction in turnover there, which was really positive, and a fingers crossed sort of plan that by September 2024 we should have eliminated most of the vacancies. So there is work going on in each of the IHCs because of the nuances of what is happening in those areas. But we're certainly wrapping around and making sure we're supporting.
That's great, and that's good to hear that the work stream here is not just is about maybe specific parts of nursing that are less popular, also maybe about culture, which maybe some people might be a leadership issue in some wards or some service areas.
Yeah, I think from the popularity of some service areas, that obviously it's difficult to recruit into some areas. One of the things we're doing with international recruits at the moment is asking for mental health nurses to come over, because we have difficulty recruiting and that is quite fragile. So one of the cohorts we're recruiting is mental health nursing. Learning disability is another one that is nationally and UK wide. That is a difficulty, but we're working with the universities to try and increase that cohort and support. We're also talking to HEIW around us doing some work with maybe the Open University to do some conversion, so we can have paediatric nurses who maybe get some mental health qualification, because so they can support CAMHS patients and similar mental health learning disability. So we are being as inventive as we possibly can around the recruitment, really.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. And just a quick remark. I guess when we see a title, nurse staffing levels assurance paper, one of the obvious questions people will ask, well, okay, can you be assured, and therefore the board and ourselves assured, that what is presented captures to an accurate picture? That's part of assurance, isn't it? What is being presented, well, is it true and accurate and reflect what one would find on a day-to-day basis?
So I am completely assured on the process. I'm completely assured on the numbers and the integrity. Absolutely, integrity of what we're doing. I think probably when I arrived, I was concerned about the funding behind it, and my conversations and the work that's been done with finance and HR. I am assured we're now able to recruit if we can, and the rosters are where they need to be and can be filled with our own staff, bank and agency to make sure the ward is safe.
Right. That's really good to hear, but equally as important as the sort of performance is that willingness to be completely open about where we are and what we need to do. We as a board are really keen to promote that context throughout the organisation, because we are in it together, we are one team, and for us to be able to ensure progress, we have to be open about not only what we're doing right, but also what we're doing wrong and how we can put things right. So that's really good to hear. No question on that. Steve.
Can I just provide a bit of supplementary information that you would have seen in the budget, but just remind everyone is so, as Angela was saying, for whatever reason, historically, we've not had the extra staffing that would be required on NSA into the budget. What we've done in this year's budget then, or maybe if I start off with the spend the NSA assessment, the cost of it is around 10 million. And it hasn't changed a lot this time in what Angela's presenting now from previously, it's slightly different. So we've actually spent 4 million last year. We've put 7 million in this year's budget, but we would put the rosters in, as Angela was sort of saying, because we haven't been able to recruit up. And then we would expect we need to manage it within our financial plan, but we would expect to put the remaining 3 in next year. So the 7 million, if you like, of our recurrent deficit, 7 million is addressing this, and there'll be another 3 next year, just so everyone's aware. But it was in the budget paper, we've gone through it.
Yes, thanks. And so the financial capacity is there to support what the requirements are in terms of staffing. Thank you. Rwy'n arall yn y gwestiwn y sylw arall, os nad oes, yna nawn ni dderbyn yr adroddiad gyda sylw arbennig i'r argymellion ysgolch yn dda. Argymellion ydy yn bod ni'n bodloni'n hyn yn bod ni'n cyfarfod gofynion statudol, fel sydd wedi adrodd yn adran 25 o'r ddeddfwriaeth 2016, ac yn bod ni fel bwr iechyd cyfarfod ein gofynion statudol, dyletswydda statudol, i ddarparu cyflwyniad blynyddol i'r bwrdd yn manylu ar lefelau staffio a'r ffigurau priodol. Pawb yn hapus. Those recommendations are in the front of the paper. Pawb yn hapus I ni dderbyn? Diolch fawr iawn. Ymlaen felly i'r eitem nesaf, gan ddiolch I Angela a tîm am y gwaith cynhwysfawr yn y maes holl bwysig yma, allweddol bwysig. Dyn ni'n falch iawn o'r cynnydd sydd yn digwydd ar ffordd yna o weithio. Ymlaen I ni'r adran nesa, a dyn ni'n dod at eitem 5.22, adroddiadau o'r pwyllgorau, perfformiad, archwilio, ansawdd, ac yna, be dwi'n galw rats, sgwni, rhywbeth gwahanol I hynny, ond y 4 pwyllgor yna, a dwi am ofyn, dwi'n meddwl, Bill, ti am ddweud gair I gychwyn a wedyn unrhyw sylwadau gan gadeirydd i'r pwyllgorau ysgol yna.
Diolch, Chair. So going to hand over for the chairs of the committees to update. Just before I do so, I would just like to kind of express my gratitude to the chairs and the vice chairs of the committees and the lead execs for re-establishing the governance that we've got with a fresh approach. It's been really encouraging, this first tranche of meetings. I hope you feel the same way. We'll find out in a minute in the reports. But I think we've done well to get the dates in the diary and the committees established again. And we've heard from Olivia and Carol earlier that we're commencing a 5-week review of our Office of the Board Secretary, including the committee. So what you've done in the last period will contribute to that as well. So I'll hand over in the first instance, Chair, if it's okay, to Gareth.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of the business from the Finance Committee has already come up, so I don't go over that really. Just to say, I think perhaps I'm not in the best position as the chair, but one of the things I was pleased about was that I very much wanted to do what I think we're doing here now, which is encourage, even though it's theoretically the board is just the committee is just the members, the independent members, to make sure that the executive also was stuck into the debate. And I thought that was really helpful. And I think, however, whatever organisation, it's always good to cross-fertilise a bit between different things. So I was very pleased about that. I was very grateful for the quality of the papers, which generally were very good, and the discussion. Phil's also asked me just to cover the audit committee because Karen obviously unfortunately can't be with us. I think the report there is a fairly self-explanatory. I think it's really interesting and the potential very positive relationship with both Audit Wales and our internal audit. I think it's really good to have that forum, to have that dialogue. I guess my slight concern was that there is so much activity going on that to do it justice as independent members is really quite tough. So there was, for example, a really excellent report on the orthopaedic services, which we could have spent an entire session, half a day session just discussing, and I'm sure other people will, but as independent board members that would have been useful. But and one last thing, I think, just to say that the interestingly named SWORD, which is the scheme of delegation, that is, I'm just quite keen that is being reviewed. I think we should, because certainly my view, I think Karen's view as well, was that the level of reporting, level of detail of financial transactions is actually completely inappropriate if what you actually want to do is have the audit committee and other committees and this board take a strategic view rather than get lost in who spent 500 quid on this. I'm sure people won't do that, but even if you're not going to do that, then it's unnecessary to have that level of reporting, and certainly it doesn't give me more assurance by seeing loads of transactions than it does them having robust systems to audit properly, and that we are properly consulted about the really important decisions. So,
diolch yn fawr, Gareth. Trian?
Sorry, I haven't had time to produce a written report, so we only held our meeting on Friday. The meeting did take place, and it's really good that it's now been re-established. It was a very short meeting. It was a partial meeting. The other part will be in June, so it'll be a sort of 2-half meeting. So the agenda was fairly slight. There were no items for decision, and some of them have already come to the board today. So, and I just to back up what Gareth and Karen are feeling, that concise papers are being quite clear what is the setup, what are we being asked to do, and any sort of supporting evidence is what we really want. And I was delighted to report that in the end our committee papers only came to about 60 odd pages, so I think that's progress. So thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr, Rhian. Na I adrodd yn byr am yr pwyllgor tal a thelerau gyfarfod arbennig a gafwyd diwedd mis diwetha. Fe nodwch chi o'r adroddiad a bod o'n cadarnhau apwyntiad Bill fel ysgrifennydd bwrdd dros dro, ac yna hefyd prif weithredwr dros dro yn Carol, a dyna oedd bwrdd yn y cyfarfod yna a'r penderfyniad. Diolch. Anything else to add, Phil?
Diolch, Chair. I'd just like to perhaps come back to Gareth and the point and about the sword, and it is and should be part of the review, and in the special measures outcomes work that we went through at the first part of the meeting, it sits fairly and squarely into that work in terms of what we need to do, and also it's really important for our services in the new operating model that we clarify arrangements for colleagues too, so they can deliver the care we need for people of North Wales. So I just wanted to come back on that. I think it's a critically important point. I think the other critically important point that struck me from the audit committee was the need for us to further establish our relationship with the internal and external audit teams, have a clear plan and the ability to come back and give the audit committee assurance that we are making progress against the number of outstanding actions that we've got. So I would like that to be noted, please, that that's a priority for us.
Diolch yn iawn, Phil, ac yn y cyswllt yna, jyst i nodi, mae Carol a Bine'n cael cyfarfodydd rheolaidd gyda Archwilio Cymru, mae gen i gyfarfod gyda archwilwyr mewnol. Dyn ni'n awyddus iawn i sicrhau bod dyddiadau'r gyfer y pwyllgorau yn cael eu penderfynu am weddill y flwyddyn, ac yn ogystal bod yna rhaglen waith blaen rhaglen ydi lle ar gyfer y flwyddyn. Mae hwnna'n uchelgeisiol, dwi'n gwybod, ond dyna ydy'r nod, os gwelwch yn dda, fel bod pawb yn glir pa feisydd dyn ni'n mynd i bod yn edrych arnyn nhw am y flwyddyn sydd ddod. Di pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiadau yna, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn fawr. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, sef y pwyllgor telera ac amodau ag ailwampio rhywfaint ar yr hyn sydd o fewn ein scope gwaith ni, dwi'n meddwl. Phil, over to you, please, for this, I think.
Cheers, diolch, Chair. So thank you for this. And as the board will know, every health board is required to have a remuneration committee, or remuneration in terms of service committee as it's called here. But before the board reviews the ask, which was originally to prove the terms of reference, it's part of my role, isn't it, to make sure that we kind of protect the organisation and make sure we've got good governance in place that's effective, so we don't fall foul of that. And so I want to highlight a couple of points really that I think will change the nature of the recommendation in the paper. So since the paper was published, we've received a draft internal audit report related to the use of interim resource, which makes some recommendations. And also, as you know, as Olivia's highlighted earlier, one of the Welsh government reviews we've got is around that point as well. And it's a key part of the terms of reference in terms of how the management and oversight of interim and agency resources manages through the RATS committee. So I am in essence recommending that we note the content of the report. The detail is important to build on, but the precise detail of it needs to be reflective of that work. And therefore, I'm recommending that we would undertake that work, and if the audit committee was agreeable, would be to take it through that route for approval and then back to the board.
Okay, that sounds like the correct plan. So everybody happy to do that? Okay, fine. Any questions? If not, everybody happy then that we receive more progress reflecting the reviews that are occurring at the moment, not just with interim, but also with the governance of committees and so on. That will give us an opportunity to reflect the terms of reference in a more comprehensive way. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, felly sgwelwch yn dda, eitem 5.24 ar gofrestr risg gorfforaethol, a dwi'n droi at Carol, dwi'n meddwl, am yr eitem yma. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch, thank you very much indeed. I've got a slight modification of the ask on this paper, and that's because earlier on we approved the special measures response plan, which had risk in the well-functioning board outcome. That action there was to actually review and develop a new risk appetite and our approach to risk management in the organisation. So with that approved, therefore it changes just slightly. Number one on the recommendations. So the revised work on the risk appetite and the approach will take place as part of the first 90-day cycle. And importantly, the board develop an opportunity for the board to shape that. So I think we've got a developmental session during June, and I think that's really, really important. I don't intend to go through, therefore, the detail here, but I can share with you my initial impression when I looked at the risk register was there was significant number of risks. And I'm very keen to get underneath that and for us to be very clear about our risk appetite, our risk target, the actions we're putting in place and where we expect to be, so that we can, in this very pressured world of the NHS public service, all the things we've talked about, be really clear about what risks we'll tolerate and what we won't, and where we'll focus our attention. So in so doing, the just the management group element is in the papers, and at this stage we're intended to continue to use a management approach around risk, but that will be at least in part for me to assess our mechanisms as well, in terms of whether they're strong enough and can give us the confidence that we're effectively developing risk management in the organisation. So Chair, at this stage, I just wanted to get support. Obviously, we did earlier around special measures, but to give a little bit more detail on that, but to ask the board to support the risk management group terms of reference. They may well spin back around pretty quickly once I've been able to assess it, and I think they're Office of the Board Secretary review will be touching on risk management as well.
Yeah.
So just to make people aware. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carol, diolch yn fawr iawn. Cwestiynau neu sylwadau os gwelwch yn dda? So, Claire Vaughan Rhian.
Thanks for the explanation, and I think it's helpful to understand that this is part of a journey that we're on at the moment. Because I certainly think sort of 48 strategic risks is far too much for the board, and I think we need to be much clearer about what the strategic risks are that the board needs to be regularly reviewing and measuring our progress and bringing those risks down in terms of the numbers, but also then where the operational ones sit and cascade right throughout the organisation. And we should be looking at exception reporting on those rather than the whole picture, because I think we can get lost and perhaps miss something important. But I have to say, therefore, I'm a bit uncomfortable with recommendation 1, because it actually asks us to be assured that the risk management arrangements are effective and fit for purpose. And I think even based on the presentation of the paper you've just given, I think we're saying we need to improve them. So I think the word in the recommendation that says that we believe they're effective and fit for purpose doesn't feel
Yes, we'd like to
can I
revise
come
that.
straight back? If my apologies if I wasn't clear. I'm looking to withdraw that ask of you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because of the work we need to do, and how you've described it is absolutely, where my own mind is. So I'm not asking you.
No.
I'm not giving you an assurance on the way in which we're running risk at the moment. And we're doing that very rapid work so that I can then hand on heart give you my professional view on how we're doing it.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done in this area, including risk appetite as one some people have alluded to already. Vaughan, ti sy'n nesa wedyn Rhian. Na, Vaughan, sorry, Rhian. Sorry.
No, it's following on really from Claire. In the paper it's 210 and 211. A lot of those, they're not risks. Depending on how you define them, they are in fact issues. I'm not saying they're not important ones, but I don't see them as risks with that sort of definition, and they're not corporate risks, again, in my view. So I think it's the whole working through what a corporate risk policy or whatever what it should look like, and I'm glad that this is in train now.
Given what you said earlier and the points raised, then is this going to come back to board at some stage, and Carol, for us to be assured and be able to have that recommendation and that we can endorse?
Yes, absolutely. This is the trail I think that we should be going on. So we do some board development in June on our risk appetite and our risk approach, and create that together. I'd expect us then to bring back a formal risk management policy or approach paper framework for approval at the board, and then we implement that and we monitor its impact and progress. There'll be some very good things that are going on, I'm absolutely sure of that, but there is a refinement. This is absolutely too many, and we're a new board, redefine the risk appetite.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. We look forward to that session and then coming back to endorse in terms of the policy. Unrhyw gwestiwn arall, unrhyw sylw, os nad oes, ydyn ni'n hapus I gymeradwyo yr hyn da ni'n gallu cymeradwyo heddiw, sef y trafodaethau I ddigwydd I fynd i'r afal a'r maes yn fanylach. Pawb yn hapus, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, felly 5.25, sef llywodraethiant ag atebolrwydd, fframwaith atebolrwydd, wisg, ac mae yna lu o bapurau, bron llyfrgell o bapurau ar yr eitem yma. Felly dwi'n awyddus I rywun grynhoi yn fras. Mae'r eitem yma yn mynd I bob un bwrdd iechyd wrth gwrs I gymeradwyo. Felly, I think this might be you, Phil, if I'm right, just to give us some direction and what we need to do today.
Yes,
please.
I think the lesson here is less is more.
Yes.
So this is a paper that relates to the governance and accountability framework for the Welsh Health Specialised Services. And all local health boards are required to be part of a joint committee in relation to specialised services in Wales, and that's hosted by another health board, Cwntaf Morwenag, and we are, apologies Steve, I know you said. So all health boards are taking this paper to their boards for approval. So this has been through quite a considerable process already. And there is, it's a revised governance accountability document. And I think the first part of the paper, I was told by one of my independent member colleagues, is quite good. So I think the first paper, which sets out the situation, the background, and the changes to the governance accountability framework, articulates what's to change, and this is supported by the joint committee and the health boards already. So just to give you a flavour of it, there is a change around the financial limits and reporting. There's governance changes in the way that the Welsh Renal Clinical Network is managed. And there is a memorandum of agreement and posting agreement changes. So what we have to do as a health board is to, if the board was agreeable, is to approve this, and then we need to reflect it in section 4.1 of our standing orders. So I think I have reviewed the governance and accountability framework. I'm satisfied after talking to my mentors who are supporting me at the moment that it fits the bill for them and for us.
Carol, you wanted to comment as well, I think.
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks to board members who read all that, and thanks to Phil who navigated us through that. I just wanted to indicate that I am the member on the risk committee. It is made up of the 7 health board chief executives, so I'm the member there. There is currently a Welsh Government Commission review of WISC, EASC, which is Emergency Ambulance Services Committee, and something called NCCU, which is the National Collaborative Commissioning Unit. That review is due to conclude shortly, and the findings of that review will come back through. But the thrust of it was look at those arrangements to see what is needed for the future. We have had as Chief Exec some confidential headlines on that, and it may well be that some of the governance might I feel like we'll see. But there were some comments about the governance, and so we wait for the final report. But and I think that's really about, some of the comments are really about the role of the health boards with these functions and making sure, because we're responsible for the population, that we are properly attuned to how these functions are working on our behalf. So yes, I just thought I'd drop in that we may hear more on this in the coming months. Thanks, Chair.
Diolch yn iawn, Carol. Unrhyw arall, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? If not, then you will notice the recommendations that we're asked to note the report, approve the proposed changes to standing orders, Schedule 4.1, approve the proposed changes to the memorandum of agreement and hosting agreement, which is in place with Cwmtab Morgannwg, as well as said, and approve the proposed changes to the financial scheme of delegation and financial authorization matrix, updating the SFI standing financial instructions. We all happy to agree to that. Pawb yn hapus? Yep. Okay. Diolch fawr iawn. And we will endorse that paper, and that brings us then to 6.26, closing business. And the first item is to any items to refer to committees that have arisen during our discussions and decisions today. I'm not aware of anything that is directly to be referred to committee, but in working the agendas of the committees we have established and others that are yet to be established, we will reflect on what has been said today and some of our discussions. And I'm thinking particularly around some of the discussions Teresa has contributed to on mental health and so on, and the progress on the new scheme Gareth has outlined. That would be really good to report to committee, but we will capture that when we look at the work programs, please. So if everybody, anything else, any wishes to refer to committee? No? Okay, thank you very much. Then 6.28, review risks highlighted within the meeting. I think we put a lot of weight on the risk register. We talked quite a bit about. We've also talked about risks in the report on nurse staffing levels. I think, Angela, quite a lot. We talked about risk in other papers, particularly vascular as well. We've highlighted, as you say, Gareth, the financial risks and the need for us to produce some big items in terms of savings and not rely on these one-off sums that appear sometimes unexpectedly. Anything else anybody wishes to underline?
I think possibly the urgent care and the problems with that getting worse at a time of the year when we would expect it to be getting, well, as a layperson, expect it to be getting better.
Yes, the unplanned care as an element, as it were, and the sort of direction of travel and the need for us to get a plan in place on planned care and unplanned care, and for us to think ahead carefully about winter planning in particular, which is really, really important for us to reflect on. And I would expect something to come to board on that for us to approve and for us to be able to contribute to. Anything else? Rhywbeth arall gan unrhyw un fan hynny? Steve?
Yeah, I suppose the thought occurring to me and just, I just think we need to be really disciplined about risks and issues. And what is a risk and what is an issue? Because we could
Yes.
find ourselves discussing unscheduled care in performance and then
Yes.
the risk and
Yes.
you know, I think I don't know. I'm just a suggestion. I mean, Ria made this point about some of the risks in the risk road, and I think
Yes.
they were. So you know, I think we just need to police ourselves a bit, you know, around that.
That's a really good point, and it sort of underlines the need for us to have a discussion about our risk appetite and what we identify as risks, and not everything can be a risk. Although we do have many, but we need to be absolutely clear what are issues, as you call them, Steve, sort of, or the things that will be in our regular consideration, and then what's above that line and can be called a risk. I think that's a very important discussion for us to have. So hopefully we can have that next month. Okay. Any other business which includes questions submitted from the public? Item 6.2 Mae 'na nifer o gwestiynau wedi cyflwyno I ni. Yn trio gweld lle maen nhw ar yr agenda. O dan 6.29. Dyn nhw yn y papurau, os rhywun yn gallu gweld, are the questions on the agenda? Because I can't quite see them. No. Okay. So that means we're going to have to read them out in that case.
Okay.
So the first question we have received from the Tywyn Hospital Action Group, a series of questions, and we will ensure that these are in the minutes, and the response that has been provided will also be minuted. So how successful do the health board before actually I ask these questions, there's comprehensive responses, which I will ensure somebody captures, but with the Tywyn Hospital in particular, dwi'n croesawu ti yma, os ti eisiau dod ymlaen fel arweinydd yr ardal y gorllewin fel petai, a dwi'n gwybod bod ti wedi bod yn gwneud llawer iawn o waith yn Hywyn gyda datblygiadau sydd wedi bod. So I'll read the first question out, and we do have a comprehensive answer, although I apologise, it's not included in the papers. How successful do the health board members consider their provision of healthcare for Tywyn residents has been in recent years with regard to the reduction and closure of services, e.g. inpatients ward, minor injuries and maternity services? And then another couple of questions from the same group. The second question being, Tywyn community have lost faith in Betty Cadwaladr University Health Board because of the board's mishandling of the closure of the inpatient provision at Tywyn Hospital. So what steps are the board members going to take to restore the public confidence in the managing of the town's healthcare provision in the near future? Followed by, what assurances can you give the people of Tywyn regarding the reopening of the inpatients provision at Tywyn Hospital with regard to the specific timescale involved, the numbers of beds and numbers of specialism of staff employed? And as an action group, we have found the lack of transparency, consultation and communication with the health board to have been insufficient. How do you propose to remedy these crucial issues? Please explain what the health board considers to be the role of the inpatient provision at Tywyn Hospital with relation to neighbouring hospitals in Dolgella, Machynlleth and Aberystwyth. How will Tywyn Hospital fit in, and what will be its role? I think those are the questions from. So those are the questions from the Tywyn Hospital group. Are they included in the papers on the website at all?
Yes, they're uploaded on the website
Right.
last night.
Okay, so there is a comprehensive response to each of those questions on the website, which is available for everyone to read. Can't see them in my papers in IBABs, but they may be here somewhere. Ond dwi hefyd yn rhoi cyfle I Fion fel rhywun sydd wedi bod yn gweithio'n agos gyda'r gymuned yn Hywyn ac sydd wedi bod yn mynychu cyfarfodydd, gan gynnwys gyda'r cyngor tre sydd wedi bod yn cyfarfod gyda cynrychiolwyr etholedig lleol. Os ti isio ddeud gair ychwanegol, Fion, byddwn ni'n falch iawn o glywed.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, a diolch am y cyfle. Fel ydych chi wedi dweud, mae yna atebion cynhwysfawr yn y papura, ond just I ddeud bod y tîm yn y gymuned, y tîm integredig yn y gymuned, da ni wedi mynd lawr i'r cyngor tre Tywyn, gafon ni gyfarfod eitha positif, onast, yn mynd drwy'r rhesymau pam bod ni wedi gorfod cau y wod dros dro, a dwi'n pwysleisio y dros dro, mwyn cadw'n cleifion yn saff, ac mwyn edrych ar ôl llesiant yn staff hefyd. Da ni wedi cynyddu yn nifer o wlad yn sbyty dolgellau, a beth sgynnon ni ŵan, da ni am gael cwpl o weithdai yn edrych drwy sut fydda ni symud I gael tima amldisgyblaethol yn gweithio, a sut fydda ni symud a cael gwasanaeth neu model gwasanaeth newydd i'r dyfodol. Dwi'n gwybod bod y cyhoedd yn bryderus, a da ni wedi deud y byddan ni'n cael cyfarfodydd gyda'r cyngor a gyda aelodau seneddol bob pythefnos am ar nesa fory. Hefyd, fel da ni symud ymlaen efo'r gweithdai, mi fyddan ni yn cael rai o'r cleifion a rai efallai o gwahanol grwpiau I ddod I fewn i'r gweithdai yna. Wedyn dwi'n meddwl mae'r atebion reit gynhwysfawr a mae yna raglen o waith yn cael ei ddatblygu, ond dim jyst o ran y bwrdd iechyd efo'n partneriaeth yn gyfan gwbl.
Diolch yn iawn, Fion, ac da ni'n wrth gwrs yn cydnabod bod gymuned yn lleol yn bryderus am newidiadau, a da ni'n wyddus I weithio yna agos efo'r gymuned, gyda'r awdurdod lleol yn ogystal cynrychiolwyr etholedig I sicrhau bod yna ddatblygiad fydd yn gwasanaethu'r ardal yna ac anghenion iechyd a gofal yr ardal yna I dyfodol a rhywbeth sy'n mynd I fod yn gynaladwy I dyfodol yn ogystal. Gai ddiolch Fion am y gwaith cynhwysfawr iawn sydd wedi bod ar gefnogaeth gan y tîm yn ogystal. Gai fi hefyd diolch I bobl Tywyn am bryderu am y gwasanaeth iechyd. Mae hynny'n rhywbeth I gwrsawu, bod pobl yn hidio, os gael ddefnyddio gair yna, am y gwasanaeth iechyd ac yn isio I warchod o gofalu amdano fo. Do'n ni'n croesawu yna, do'n ni'n weddus I gydweithio efo chi. Dyna'r neges o'r cyfarfod hwn heddiw. Diolch fawr iawn. Cwestiynau dilynol, the questions are on the website, they're not in the papers I have, so I won't read them all out. They're on, the remaining questions are on the website. The next one is regarding reporting of deaths and severe incidents in Wales, and there is a comprehensive answer there to a couple of questions that someone is asking about something specific, and that has been responded to. If anybody wishes to add to that, please, now is the opportunity to do so. If you've been part of providing that answer. The next question is asking about new independent members, ask for clarity as to which independent members are now permanent, which are interim. Have any now selected through a formal recruitment process? There is a comprehensive response to that, outlining what the process is. You heard earlier today also about the intention of government to move to an open recruitment process for board members in the next few months. Then the second question from the same person, what contact does the health board have with families that have lost loved ones and dealing with coroner's inquests and so on? That has been responded to comprehensively. And again, if anybody wishes to add anything, please, now is the opportunity. And question 3 from the same person finally is, last board meeting was stated that a new independent members would be reviewing a variety of reports, including the HASCAS and Ockenden reports. And the response says that new independents are aware and reviewing a variety of reports, including those 2 named, and the real progress on all the outstanding issues. So I haven't gone through all the questions word for word with responses. There are some quite long responses because they're comprehensive, and that was the intention, to ensure that those questions could be answered in full. They're not on my papers, but they are on the website in full for you, anybody, a member of the public, to access. Felly, diolch yn iawn am eich cwestiynau. Ga i bwysleisio un peth o ran cwestiynau, sgwelwch yn dda, sy'n dwi'n awyddus iawn i nodi, sef, os oes gennych chi unrhyw fater ydych chi'n dymuno codi, mae croeso chi godi o unrhyw bryd, gyda fi fel cadeirydd neu prif weithredwr. Mae yna bobl yn cysylltu gyda ni yn gyson. Dwi'n cyfarfod gyda phobl, prif weithredwr, yr un modd. Da ni'n barod i gael trafodaethau, dim ond i chi gysylltu efo ni. Does dim angen i chi aros am gyfarfod bwrdd i choli rhywbeth. Os oes gennych chi rhywbeth yn pwyso, plis gysylltwch. Nawn ni'n gorau i ateb unrhyw ymholiad neu cynnal unrhyw drafodaethau efo chi. Felly, croeso cynnes i chi wneud hynny a cadw hynny mewn col. Ymlaen eitem 6.3, crynodeb o faterion o'r cyfarfod o'r preifat. A summary of our private discussion following the last public board meeting, and this gives a comprehensive summary of those discussions and any decisions. Felly, ydy pawb yn hapus i ni gymeradwyo yna, ysgolch yn dda. Everybody happy that we can take that as a record of our private discussion, and that it will be a public record of what was discussed. Everybody happy to do that, please? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Then we move on to 6.31. Dyddiad y cyfarfod nesaf ydy Gorffennaf 25, 2023. Os oes na angen am unrhyw gyfarfod cyn hynny, fyddwn ni'n hysbysu hynny yn gyhoeddus a rhoi y rhybydd priodol. Byddwn ni'n dod mewn munud at derfyn y cyfarfod, ond dwi'n awyddus i ddweud un neu ddau o eiriau yn sydyn os gai. Mae wedi bod yn braf iawn bod yma ym Mangor heddiw a chyfle i ni drafod materion yn ymwneud a darparu gwasanaethau iechyd ar gyfer pobl y gogledd. Mae deg i ddweud yn bod ni fel sefydliad yn cael gryn dipyn o sylw ar hyn y bryd. Mae atebolrwydd cyhoeddus yn bwysig, hynod bwysig, a dwi wedi bod yn byw gydag atebolrwydd cyhoeddus am rhan fwy o fy mywyd, a dwi'n ei gofleidio fo ac yn o'i groesawio. Gawn ni hefyd bwysleisio mae ein nod ni i'w gweithio pob dydd, pob awr o bob dydd, i greu gwasanaeth iechyd sy'n mynd i ddarparu gwasanaethau iechyd gorau posib ar gyfer trigolion yr ardaloedd yma a'r cymunedau yma. Gadewch i ni hefyd danlinellu bron i'r 20,000 o staff sy'n gweithio i ni, a'i teuluoedd, a'r potensial sydd gennym ni i roi negeseuon cadarnhaol i'r bobl yma. A'r potensial sydd gennym ni i'w cefnogi nhw, a'r potensial sydd gennym ni i ddiolch iddyn nhw am ei gwaith wrth fynd yr ail filltir ac yn wir y drydedd a'r pedwerydd pedwaredd filltir. Gadewch ni wneud hynny, gadewch ni banteisio ar hynny yng nghanol unrhyw beth arall. Dyna yw'r ple sydd gen i, a mae gen ni waith fel bwrdd i wneud hynny. Mae pobl sy'n byw drws nesa i ni yn ein cymunedau. Mae yna ganran ohonyn nhw'n gweithio i'r bwrdd iechyd yma. Mae'n cyndogion ni yn gweithio i'r bwrdd iechyd yma. Mae teuluoedd ni yn gweithio i'r bwrdd iechyd yma. Gadewch ni ddiolch iddyn nhw, a gadewch ni roi sicrwydd iddyn nhw, byddwn ni'n sefyll wrth eu ochr nhw yn yr wythnosau a'r misoedd i ddod wrth i ni barhau ar siwrne yma i sicrhau y gwasanaeth iechyd gorau posib ar gyfer cymunedau a'r ardaloedd sy'n golygu gymaint i ni fel bwrdd iechyd. Mae'n Wyl Banc yn dod i Dillun, Wyl Banc arall, maen nhw'n dod fath o bysys Croswell ers talwm. A gwych o beth ydy hynny. Ond bydd yna ganran uchel o'r bwrdd iechyd yma yn gweithio dros yr Wyl Banc unwaith eto. Yn gweithio ddydd a nos i ddarparu gwasanaethau iechyd, i sicrhau bod cleifion yn cael triniaeth, yn sicrhau bod pobl yn cael gofal. Felly gadewch ni ddiolch am hynny, a parodrwydd bobl i weithio, a parodrwydd i wasanaethu. A diolch, dwi eisiau diolch yn ddipiant i staff ar bob lefel yn y bwrdd iechyd yma am ei adroddiad. Dwi'n gwybod beth ydy o, dwi wedi gweld o. Dwi wedi gweld o, a dwi'n gwybod bod pobl yn gwasanaethu oherwydd yr awydd yna i wasanaethu a darparu gwasanaethau iechyd o radd Blaenau. Ein gwaith ni yw herio ie. Gwaith ni ydy bod natebol ie. Ond mae'n gwaith ni hefyd ydy diolch ac i gefnogi ac i sefyll wrth ochr bobl ar hyd y daith. Gawn ni ddiolch hefyd am y cyfarfod yma heddiw sydd wedi bod yn gyfle i ni gael trafodaethau buddiol, agored ac onest. Dyna'r ysbryd dyn ni'n cofleidio, dyna'r ysbryd byddwn ni'n parhau efo yn y bwrdd iechyd yma, fel yn bod ni'n gallu edrych ar ein gilydd a dweud, oes mae yna broblem, a dwi eisiau cymorth i helpu datrys y broblem yma, a dwi am fod yn agored wrth drafod hynny, a dwi'n chwilio am gefnogaeth i wneud o. Dyna'r ysbryd byddwn ni'n cofleidio, dyna'r ysbryd dyn ni am ddefnyddio ar gyfer ein siwrne wella. Felly dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu heddiw yn y modd yna, yn yr ysbryd yna. Ac nid ar chwarae bach mae hyn yn digwydd, mae yna bobl wedi bod yn gweithio yn galed tu ôl y llenni ar rhoi papurau at ei gilydd a'r sicrhau bod pob dim yn ei le. A diolch i bawb. Nid dim ond pobl sydd yma heddiw, ond y pobl yn eich tîmoedd. Ewch ar neges yn ôl, os gwelwch yn dda, bod ni wedi gwerthfawrogi'r hyn sydd wedi cyflwyno ac mae wedi bod yn werthfawr, yn hynod werthfawr. A diolch yn ola i'r tîm sydd wedi bod yn llosgi'r ganwyll, dwi'n meddwl, Phil, ac eraill yn gweithio pob awr, e-byst yn dod yn hwyr yn nos, neu'n gynnar iawn yn y bore. Rownd yr il, dwi'n siŵr os nath nhw gysgu yma dros nos, y dyd y gwir. Ond maen nhw wedi gwneud gwaith ardderchog yn sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cynnal cyfarfod buddiol, ac y nod ni heddiw oedd sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cael 3 pheth ynghyd sydd wedi bod yn cer i ni, sef y dechnoleg i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu darlledu ar-lein, y cyfieithu mwyn sicrhau bod ni'n cael cynnal cyfarfod yn y ddwy iaith a pobl yn cyfrannu, ac yna lleoliad addas i ni gael drafodaeth rownd y bwrdd fel hyn, ac dyn ni ddiolchgar iawn i bawb am ei gwaith. Felly, ymlaen â ni gyda'r gwaith sydd wedi mapio allan heddiw, diolchgar iawn am gyfraniad pawb, ac dyn ni'n edrych mlaen at pwyllgorau nesa a cyfarfod bwrdd nesa lle byddwn ni'n yn frwdfrydig i weld cynnydd gyda'r gwaith pwysig hwn. Mwynhewch y penwythnos a mae'n dod a cofiwch mae yna nifer y bobl yn mynd i fod yn gweithio ym mhob ran y bwrdd iechyd yma mwyn cynnal gwasanaethau iechyd ar gyfer ein pobl. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod. Byddwn ni yn mynd i sesiwn breifat mewn munud ac ar hynny